Chapter 378. In the country of Shuiyu, inside the divine palace of ice and snow, Li Yuanfeng was sitting in the lotus position. There were 5 giant blocks of ice around him. Each block of ice was emitting a 5-colored glow. Faint waves of celestial spiritual energy were being absorbed by him. Deep within each block of ice was a thumb-sized piece of celestial jade. Through the formation inside the ice, it was undergoing a mysterious change. Although the current Li Yuanfeng didn't look like he was in a sorry state, his expression was a bit weak and his face was pale. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with lingering fear. What powerful lightning! That lightning contained celestial spiritual energy. With my cultivation level, I was able to reduce the power of the lightning by 50%, but I was still injured. Li Yuanfeng was planning to kill Wang Lin, while Sun Tai was fighting the giant demon clan ancestor. Unfortunately, he was chased by Sun Tai's celestial lightning and was only able to escape after a lot of effort. After all, he had the help of the country of Rosefinch and used a secret technique to reach the early stage of soul transformation. He would never be able to break through again in his life. As a result, compared to those soul transformation cultivators who broke through with their own cultivation, he was still too weak. Li Yuanfeng was stronger than a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator, but weaker than a soul transformation cultivator. Naturally, he couldn't resist Sun Tai's celestial lightning. I wonder if that Sing Nio is dead or not. However, even if he isn't dead, the old man's T domain won't be easy to break. Li Yuanfeng sneered, and his eyes lit up. That junior, red butterfly, announced that she would go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. When she comes out, she will definitely be a soul transformation cultivator. However, at that time, my lifespan will also end, so it doesn't matter. However, why did the giant demon clan ancestor want Sing Yo's body? This is very strange. Could it be that there is something I don't know about? Li Yuanfeng pondered a bit, but couldn't guess the reason. In the country of Pilu, outside the soul-refining sect, Wang Lin awakened from his closed eyes in one of the mountains for the outer disciples to cultivate. Peak late-stage foundation establishment. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and shook his body. The frost on his body seemed to melt and immediately flowed into his body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Even the frost on the ground and walls of the cave began to melt, turning into faint blue gas that was absorbed by Wang Lin. At this moment, the tea stains on Wang Lin's face had faded a bit, but they were still as ferocious as ever. The fake spirit eye, that is a branch of the spirit vein, is unable to meet the requirements. I need to find a place with even denser spirit chi. I believe that the place with the real spirit I should be able to meet the requirements. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He fiddled with the array on the ground a few times, completely restoring the array to its original state and concealing the spiritual core. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the sun was bright and beautiful. At a glance, the earth had a trace of spring, and the green on the mountain peak was elegant, giving it a unique charm. The mountain wind blew by. Although it was still cold, it was no longer as cold as before. This coldness contained a trace of warmth. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin took a step forward and was about to leave. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked to the side. The mountain peak Wang Lin was densely divided into countless caves. During this period of time, he had been in closed-door cultivation. Aside from the middle-aged man, he hadn't met anyone else. At this moment, a person walked out of a cave about 100 feet away. This person was wearing a light blue robe with a white veil draped over her shoulders. When the wind blew, she gave off the feeling that she was floating in the air. A head of black hair fell over her shoulders and moved with the wind. She was slightly gentle and beautiful, without any makeup on her face. Her elegance was a bit more ethereal. The woman seemed to have sensed that someone was beside her. She turned her head and looked over. There was an indescribable charm in her eyes. After seeing Wang Lin, she smiled gently and looked into the distance. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He immediately recognized that this woman was the person he saw under the sunset before he went into closed-door cultivation. This woman looks a bit familiar, but I am certain that I have never seen her before. Wang Lin frowned. Back then, Liu Mei of the Xiandao sect was only a clone of the Thousand Illusions spell, so there was a difference between her and her original body. Adding on the changes that had occurred in the past 500 years, Liu Mei's appearance was different from the person Wang Lin saw. Wang Lin pondered a little and no longer paid attention to this woman. Although this woman's appearance was one level higher than red butterflies and not something that Li Muin could compare to, she still couldn't enter Wang Lin's eyes. His body moved, and he jumped down from the mountain. As he landed, his gaze landed on a cave at the bottom of the mountain. His eyes narrowed. This cave was nothing special, and it wasn't at the lowest point. From a distance, the number 743 was written on it. It should be here. Wang Lin landed on the ground and looked at the cave. Previously, when he was cultivating, he had found the true location of the spirit eye according to the fake spirit eye that branched out from the spirit vein. Now that he looked around, he immediately determined that cave 743 was the place closest to the spirit eye. There is someone inside. Wang Lin looked at the stone outside the cave. After pondering a bit, he made up his mind. Just as he was about to return to the cave, the middle-aged man walked out of the room. His eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Lin. In truth, the moment Wang Lin appeared, he was already paying attention. The middle-aged man's face was expressionless as he said, "Qing Mu, come here." A hint of killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He moved and landed 10 feet away from the middle-aged man. Peak Late Foundation Establishment. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted and his heart began to pound. His intuition told him that there was something strange about this Qing Mu. It had only been a few months, but this person's cultivation level had increased at a shocking rate. At first, he was only at the early foundation establishment stage. When he looked again, he was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Now he saw him again, and he was at the peak late foundation establishment stage. The middle-aged man licked his lips and his heart pounded. Without any hesitation, he thought that the next time he saw this person, he might be at the early core formation stage like him. If this Qing Mu doesn't have some heaven-defying treasure, then he must be cultivating a mysterious technique. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stared at Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "Qing Mu, I'm afraid the next time we meet, I'll have to call you fellow Taoist." Wang Lin glanced at him and calmly said, "No problem." A hint of unfriendliness flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He smiled and said, "Qing Mu, if you can reach the core formation stage here, then your chances of becoming an inner disciple will increase greatly in the competition in a few months. When that happens, you must come back often to visit." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Of course, however, my current cave doesn't have enough spiritual energy. Can I change to another one?" The middle-aged man was startled and said with a troubled expression, "Caves 700 and below require the approval of an elder. However, if you really want to change, I'll help you apply for it." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "No need to trouble yourself. I only want cave 743. The middle-aged man's gaze became serious. He looked at cave 743 and laughed. "That's easy. However, Qing Mu, although cave 743 has decent spiritual energy, it's not the best." "No problem." Wang Lin smiled and waved his right hand. This time, he took out 2 middle-quality spirit stones and said, "I've troubled Senior many times. I have troubled Senior many times. This extra spirit stone is a token of my respect to Senior." The middle-aged man accepted it and sneered in his heart. "This isn't the right time. Let's wait until tonight. No matter how much spiritual energy you give me, I'll ask you how you cultivate so fast." Although he thought this way, on the surface, he let out a laugh. He took out a piece of jade from his bag of holding and flicked it. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out. The middle-aged man pointed at it, and the light flew into cave 743. Shortly after, a person flew out from the cave. This person was wearing black and had a fierce face. He didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a butcher. He landed 10 feet away from the middle-aged man and clasped his hands. "Senior, what do you want? Give me your token, and I'll change your cave. The middle-aged man said. Change my cave? I'm not changing. I'm cultivating quite well there. Why should I change? The burly man let out a snort. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he sneered. Brat, you want to trade? Give me 100 medium-quality spirit stones, or else don't even think about it. Then, he didn't even look at the middle-aged man. His body flashed, and he returned to cave 743. Oomph! The middle-aged man glared at the man's back. He had already made up his mind. After dealing with Qing Mu, he would teach this man a lesson. Qing Mu, you go back first. Tomorrow, I'll change you to another cave. The middle-aged man's tone was decisive. He didn't want Wang Lin to continue talking. He waved his sleeve and returned to his room. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he flew toward the cave. He sneered inside. If the middle-aged man didn't come looking for trouble, then he wouldn't have to die. However, if he was greedy and came at night, then Wang Lin would have to kill him. Late at night, everything was silent. The middle-aged man walked out of his room. His eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Lin's cave. His eyes revealed a hint of greed. He had been stuck at the beginning stage of the completion level for a long time. It was because of this that he was stripped of his status as an inner disciple. He was kicked out and became the manager of the outer disciples. Wang Lin's rapid increase in cultivation gave him a sliver of hope. The sect doesn't care about the life and death of the outer disciples. If I kill him, I kill him. Plus, this person is a nomadic cultivator. After he dies, nobody will look for him. Qing Mu, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for cultivating too fast. If I wait until you reach the completion level, it will be troublesome for me to kill you. But now, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The middle-aged man leaped up and flew toward the cave that Wang Lin was in. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside. The surroundings were silent. The middle-aged man was startled the moment he arrived. Generally speaking, as long as there was a cultivation soil in the cave, the Heaven Ravine stone would be placed down for closed-door cultivation. However, only half of the Heaven Ravine stone had fallen down and was not completely closed. After saving himself the trouble of using the jade slip to open the Heaven Valley stone, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Even though he felt that something was wrong, he didn't think much of a cultivator of the advanced stage of the foundational level. In a flash, he entered the cave. The moment he entered the cave, he saw Wang Lin sitting in a lotus position on the stone bed. Wang Lin was calmly looking at him. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Without another word, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and pressed forward. Instantly, a ray of green light appeared and headed towards Wang Lin. He didn't plan on killing Ling Xian. He wanted to capture Ling Xian, interrogate him, and then kill him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with sarcasm. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a ray of restrictive qi howled out. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the green light. The green light had no resistance and collapsed. You're courting death. The middle-aged man sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a 3-inch-long flying sword. In a flash, the flying sword charged towards the restrictive qi. In his mind, this late-stage Foundation Establishment Junior simply wouldn't be able to block the power of his flying sword that was refined by his gold core. However, his smile immediately froze on his face. Under the impact of the restrictive qi, the moment the flying sword touched the restrictive qi, it made a cracking sound and broke in half. When Wang started cultivating, you weren't even born yet. Wang Lin shook his head and sighed. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Without another word, he turned around to escape. However, the restrictive qi immediately wrapped around him and pulled him back. The middle-aged man was about to speak when Wang Lin waved his hand. With a pa sound, the middle-aged man let out a miserable groan. His entire right cheek swelled up, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood along with broken teeth. I'm from the soul refining sect. The man cried out in fear. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his hand again. The man let out a miserable groan, and his left cheek swelled up. A look of madness appeared in his eyes. Ever since he started cultivating, He had never been humiliated like this. "I'll fight you to the death." "Explode," the man roared. His gold core rotated rapidly, and cracks appeared on it. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin. "It's a pity your gold core exploded." Wang Lin shook the restriction flag in his hand. Immediately, a black glow appeared on the flag, and 3 streams of restrictive chi shot out. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the man's body and wrapped around his exploding gold core. The man's face was filled with shock as the restrictive chi was pulled out of his body. Wang Lin grabbed the gold core, glanced at it, and then swallowed it. The man's body trembled, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body withered, and he screamed in his heart, "He's not at the Foundation establishment stage. He's definitely not at the Foundation establishment stage." Just who exactly are you?" The spiritual power in the man's body dissipated along with the gold core. "You don't deserve to know." Wang Lin's body flickered. He arrived in front of the man and tapped his forehead. The man's eyes went wide, and then he slowly lost his spirit and collapsed to the side. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't want to kill anyone, but the man was determined to die. He tapped the man's body, causing it to explode. His flesh and blood transformed into ash that drifted away in the wind. Wang Lin's body flickered as he left the Immortal's cave and headed in the direction of Cave 743. Outside of Immortal's Cave 743, Wang Lin waved his hand, causing a restrictive spell to fly out and imprint itself onto the heavenly ravine stone. Then his body transformed into a beam of white light that shot into the stone. As soon as he touched the stone, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in Immortal's Cave 743. The divine ability that allowed him to teleport was none other than the restrictive spell. "Who is it?" A cry of alarm came from within the Immortal's cave. The burly, butcher-like man was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, a look of disbelief on his face. But when he saw that it was Wang Lin, he was instantly enraged. However, it was as if a kettle of cold water had been poured over his head, and he regained his senses. He didn't know that Wang Lin had used a restrictive spell to get here, but in his heart, he was thinking about teleportation. "Say, Senior." His voice trembled, but before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin had already arrived in front of him. With a tap of his finger, the man collapsed to the ground and passed out. Wang Lin waved his hand and tossed the burly man off to the side. Without even looking at him, his gaze fell onto the wall to the right. After a while, Wang Lin's eyes glittered. He slapped his bag of holding, and a flying sword flew out. Wang Lin waved his finger, and the sword flew toward the wall. The sound of breaking stone echoed out, and before long, a hole large enough for a person to pass through appeared on the wall. Wang Lin's body moved, and he followed the flying sword into the hole. The flying sword opened up a path, and Wang Lin followed behind it. After a while, a 300-meter-long path appeared, and at the end of the path was a sparkling land. "Spirit vein mine." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He pointed at the flying sword with his right hand. Immediately, the flying sword hummed as if it had a mind of its own and quickly flew back from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Cave 743 and stabbed the side of the boorish man. In an instant, the flying sword shattered into pieces that landed around the burly man's body. A restrictive spell suddenly appeared and surrounded the burly man. At the end of the path, Wang Lin pressed down on the stone wall next to him. Suddenly, the stone wall began to move strangely, and soon, the path behind him disappeared without a trace. Even if one looked inside Immortal's Cave 743, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and he sent out a restriction that landed on the Spirit Stone mine. Borrowing the power of the restriction, his body disappeared from the Spirit Stone mine. When he reappeared, he was deep inside the Spirit Stone mine. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the mountain. Around him were countless Spirit Stone mines, and a large amount of spiritual energy was surging out. This spiritual energy couldn't be directly absorbed by the cultivation ground. There were too many impurities inside, and it needed to undergo some simple transformations before it could be absorbed by cultivators. However, this was only for low-level cultivators. For Wang Lin, he didn't care at all. The spiritual energy here was too dense, and it formed a spell similar to that of a high-level cultivator. However, this spell was formed naturally, and its power was not something a cultivator could compare to. Wang Lin was the first to bear the brunt of this pressure. This pressure was so strong that it felt like an entire mountain was crushing down on Wang Lin's body. However, this mountain wasn't crushing down from above, but from all directions of Wang Lin's body. It was crushing down on every inch of his muscles. Crackling sounds came from his body. Wang Lin wasn't worried, but happy. What he wanted was this powerful spiritual pressure. Under this pressure, he immediately felt his collapsing origin soul show signs of slowly recovering. Time to go all out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and 3 top-quality spirit stones flew out from his bag of holding and landed around him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and let out a roar. Suddenly, the 3 top-quality spirit stones exploded with a series of popping sounds. The crazy spiritual energy exploded and merged with the spiritual pressure. Suddenly, the pressure on Wang Lin's body increased by several times. Wang Lin bled from his orifices, but his eyes were filled with joy. Just a little more. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. 2 more top-quality spirit stones flew out from his bag of holding and exploded. Instantly, it was like adding a ladle of water to a pot of boiling oil. The spiritual veins in the mountain began to boil. The spiritual might that was pressing down on him grew exponentially at this moment. Under this powerful pressure, the fragments of origin soul in Wang Lin's body gradually retreated, like a broken mirror that was recovering piece by piece. At the same time, an endless amount of spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body. Even the concept of tea and the seal were destroyed. Instantly, Wang Lin's cultivation recovered rapidly. Peak late-stage foundation establishment broken. Core formation completed. Early-stage core formation broken. Mid-stage core formation broken. Late-stage core formation broken. Early-stage nascent soul broken. Starting from the roots, the spiritual veins on the mountain dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The glittering spiritual ores turned into dust in the blink of an eye and spread rapidly. 10 breaths. Only 10 breaths. In these 10 breaths, all the newly grown trees on the mountain withered and fell to the ground. All the spiritual veins on the mountain dimmed and disappeared within 10 breaths. There was no longer any spiritual energy coming from them. They had become useless veins. At that moment, the outer sect disciples on the mountain opened their eyes from their meditation. They immediately noticed that the spiritual energy in the stone chambers had disappeared without a trace. While they were still in shock, a strong suction force came from the ground, causing the spiritual energy in their bodies to leak out. Shocked, the outer sect disciples used various magical treasures to leave the immortal's cave. They didn't dare to stay any longer. At the bottom of the mountain, above the spiritual veins, Wang Lin's eyes snapped open. His body flickered, and he disappeared with a minor teleportation. When he reappeared, he was outside of the mountain. He was surrounded by a large number of outer sect cultivators, all of whom were discussing what had happened. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. Wang Lin's ears were filled with speculations about this mysterious matter. As for the boorish man, with a thought from Wang Lin, he removed the restrictive spell and flew out of the immortal's cave. When he saw Wang Lin, he began to panic. However, when Wang Lin's cold gaze swept over him, a respectful expression appeared on his face, and he didn't dare to make a sound. Just then, a gaze fell on him. Wang Lin looked over and saw a beautiful woman nodding at him, a friendly smile on her face. Wang Lin frowned. He had no time to pay attention to the woman, so he looked away. The peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. I never imagined that I would be able to recover my cultivation base to such a level. More important, though, is that my nascent divinity is beginning to recover. It's not complete, but I can use the domain. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes calm. Compared to that, the enlightenment he had gained from going from life to death, and then from death to life, was far more valuable. The dramatic changes on the mountain attracted the attention of the inner sect of the soul refining sect. Almost immediately, 3 people flew out from the inner sect. One of them had grizzled hair and looked threatening without being angry. "All of you shut up. I'm about to drop out of the top 15. Fellow Taoists, I need monthly votes to support the 2 network." At first, he had planned to take a break, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to persevere for another 9,000 words. If he could get 500 monthly votes tomorrow, then he would go all out. It's still the 3rd hour. Fellow Taoists, during the double period, 100 monthly votes equals 200 monthly votes. Only 90 more votes. Asking for monthly votes. To be continued. Chapter 380. Immediately, the area quieted down. "Where is Lu Feline?" the old man shouted. After a while, no one responded. He frowned and flew into the mountain with the other 2. Lu Feline was the greedy middle-aged man from before. As for the 3 old men, they were the inner disciples of the soul refining sect. At the same time, there were the deacons of the soul refining sect. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Out of the 3, other than the old man who was at the early stage of the nascent soul stage, the other 2 were at the late stage of the core formation stage. The 3 of them flew into the mountain. Shortly after, the old man flew out alone with an ugly expression. There was a sliver of doubt in his eyes, but there was even more shock in his eyes. "You outer disciples, stay here and cultivate. No one is allowed to leave." The old man's eyes flashed, and he shouted. Then he slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. The piece of jade turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the inner area of the soul refining sect. Most of the outer disciples were shocked, but there were some who ignored them and sat down cross-legged. Wang Lin was one of them. He sat on a branch and began to cultivate. After the old man took out the piece of jade, he glanced at the outer disciples one by one. When he and his 2 fellow disciples had entered the mountain, they had been shocked to find that all of the spirit veins on the mountain had been abandoned. That was especially true after they entered the depths of the spirit vein crystal mine. As soon as they touched it, the spirit vein crystal mine was reduced to dust. Clearly, the spiritual energy had been instantly absorbed. This was very strange. Since the founding of the soul refining sect, he had never seen something like this. His gaze swept across everyone and didn't stop on Wang Lin. To him, Wang Lin's cultivation level was only at the late stage of the foundation building stage. There was nothing to pay attention to. After Wang Lin's primordial spirit recovered slightly, no one could see through his cultivation level unless they were at the soul formation stage. Not long after, more than 10 rays of sword energy flew out from the inner area of the soul refining sect and arrived before the old man. These people all had spirited eyes. 5 of them were at the nascent soul stage, and the rest were at least at the mid-stage of the core formation stage. There was also a middle-aged man at the late stage of the nascent soul stage. He wore a black robe, and his body emitted waves of cold energy, as if there were countless souls surrounding him. The moment he walked out, the temperature dropped. His gaze was like lightning as he coldly looked at the mountain and said, "Junior apprentice brother, what did you find out about the piece of jade you sent out?" The old man from before became respectful and said, "Third senior apprentice brother, the spirit vein in this mountain was used up in an instant. I suspect it has something to do with these outer disciples." The middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Seal the surroundings. If anyone dares to move, kill them on the spot." With that, he looked at the old man and said, "Junior brother, follow me up the mountain to see the sect master." Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the inner area of the soul refining sect. The old man quickly followed, and the 2 of them entered the inner area in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and his eyes were calm as he coldly looked at the cultivator guarding this place. If he were to summon the mosquito beast, he could escape this place in an instant. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to give up this good place to cultivate. Although his primordial spirit had recovered a bit, it wasn't completely closed. He tried to take out the heaven-defying bead, but couldn't. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't act rashly. At this moment, the sky was getting brighter and the sun was rising. The warmth of the sun drove away the darkness and the surroundings became brighter. At this moment, the middle-aged man flew out from the inner area of the soul-refining sect. There were 9 people following behind him. All of them wore red robes and were of different ages. However, there was one similarity between them, and that was that they were surrounded by a large number of vengeful spirits. Looking from afar, they emitted waves of purplish-black aura under the sunlight, as if they were monstrous demonic flames rising into the sky. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy as he shouted, "Everyone, split into 10 groups and be inspected." The 9 red-robed cultivators behind him slowly stepped forward and simultaneously unleashed a magic. With a wave of their sleeves, numerous streams of red chi shot out and landed on the bodies of the thousands of Outer Ring disciples. Instantly, all of the Outer Ring disciples were sliced into 10 portions, including the middle-aged man. Each of the 10 of them was in charge of one group. They called the outer sect disciples one by one to be inspected. They didn't even need to ask questions. Every time an outer sect disciple went up, they pointed at the forehead of the person, and after a few breaths, they would be replaced. Wang Lin was in the 3rd group. His eyes were calm, and there was nothing unusual about them. These 9 people were all at the mid-stage of nascent soul. Now that Wang Lin's primordial spirit had recovered, he didn't care about them. Every time an outer sect disciple was passed, they would let out a sigh of relief. After a long time, the atmosphere became very tense. Just at this moment, a cultivator in a green robe in the 4th group moved like a meteor and quickly retreated. The inner sect disciples of the soul-refining sect had been paying close attention. When that person moved, a mid-stage core formation disciple wanted to stop him. Scram! The cultivator in green robe let out a roar and waved his hand. A powerful force rushed out, causing the core formation disciple to let out a groan and involuntarily move to the side. The cultivator in green robe rushed out without a word. Just as he was about to charge out, the red-robe cultivator in charge of the 4th group let out a roar and reached out with his right hand. "Come back." Suddenly, 5 rays of black light flew out from his 5 fingers. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to the cultivator in green robe and entered his body. The cultivator in green robe let out a miserable groan and his body went limp. He was grabbed by the red-robed cultivator and thrown back to the center of the group. After doing all of this, the red-robed cultivator didn't even look at the cultivator in green robe. He calmly said, "Next, come up." The outer circle disciples were all very nervous, especially those who had snuck in with ulterior motives. Their faces immediately turned unsightly. The eyes of the red-robed cultivator in charge of the 8th group glittered as he looked down at the pale-faced, pleading disciple. He waved his hand, sending the disciple flying out and landing in the middle of the group. Gradually, more and more outer sect disciples appeared in the center of the group. There were already more than 30 of them. In the past, this method was only used to identify the inner sect disciples. Today, it fell on you outer sect disciples. You should feel honored. The red-robed cultivator in charge of the 3rd group through the outer sect disciple he was pointing at to the center of the group. Wang Lin's expression was the same, but his heart was moved. The soul-refining sect was quite strange. There were so many outer sect disciples with ulterior motives. However, with this method, there was no way for them to hide. As for the burly man in cave 743, Wang Lin had left a restriction in his body, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Although his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, the restriction wasn't something these nascent soul cultivators could see through. This person was quite interesting in Wang Lin's eyes. On the surface, he was at the late stage of foundation establishment, but in reality, he was at the early stage of core formation. However, there were many outer sect disciples who were hiding their cultivation, so it wasn't too surprising. "You come up." The red-robed cultivator in charge of the 5th group pointed at the burly man. The burly man's body trembled, and he quickly stepped forward. The red-robed cultivator pointed at the center of the burly man's brow. After looking at the burly man for a bit, he waved his hand. The burly man let out a sigh of relief and walked to the side. He didn't dare to look at Wang Lin, so he stood there in shock and doubt. Just now, when the old man pointed at him, he immediately felt a chill in his body, as if a wave of coldness was drilling into his body. In that instant, his mind went blank, and, at the same time, it felt like there was an invisible hand flipping through his memories. This feeling came quickly and left quickly. Before he could react, the cold energy flowed through his body and returned to where the old man pointed. Not long after, it was Wang Lin's turn. The red-robed cultivator in charge of the third group pointed at Wang Lin's brow and said, "Next." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked to the side. By noon, the outer sect disciples had all been inspected. In the end, more than 100 people were thrown into the center of the group. The middle-aged man threw the last person in charge of the group onto the ground and asked, "Did you find anything?" One of the red-robed cultivators coldly said, "Aside from these people with ulterior motives, I didn't find anyone related to last night's incident." The others all shook their heads. The middle-aged man pondered a bit and said, "You outer sect disciples, go to the nearby mountains to cultivate. Someone will arrange a place for you." The outer sect disciples that passed the inspection all respectfully left and flew toward the nearby mountains. As for the more than 100 people in the middle, no one bothered to look at them. No one cared about what would happen to them. Wang Lin was given a cave on a slightly shorter mountain. He was sitting in the lotus position inside the cave, and his eyes lit up. "My cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of nascent soul. Although absorbing the spirit vein is good, it is too dangerous. If I do it too often, I might attract soul formation cultivators or soul transformation old monsters. I have already attracted attention, so I can't try it again. However, when I absorbed the spirit vein, I found that there is a main vein nearby. The one I absorbed before was only a branch of the main vein. This main vein is the inner sect of the soul refining sect. If I can find a chance to absorb the spirit vein, I will be able to recover my cultivation. At that time, even if someone finds me and a soul transformation old monster attacks me, I will have a way to escape. At worst, I can just use the star compass to escape." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He knew that the soul refining sect was a rank 5 cultivation country, so there must be a soul transformation cultivator there. Thinking about this, he made up his mind. To be continued. Chapter 381. The competition in June is the best chance to enter the inner sect of the soul refining sect. Rumor has it that the soul refining sect has a soul flag that contains more than 100 million souls. When this flag is waved, it can change the color of the sky. It is one of the top treasures in the Shizuku. In addition, the soul refining sect specializes in making soul flags. Although most of the cultivators in the Shizuku know how to make soul flags, they can't compare to the soul refining sect. If I can learn how to make a soul flag with wandering souls, it won't be any weaker than a restriction flag. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. Countless restrictions flew out from his hand and locked down the area. Then he slapped his bag of holding and took out a celestial jade that was glowing white. This celestial jade was missing a corner, but the celestial spiritual energy it gave off was exactly the same. "My cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of nascent soul. I can use another celestial jade to break the tea intent and seal by force." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he broke off a piece of the celestial jade, took a deep breath, and put it in his mouth. An unimaginable pain suddenly rushed through his body. At this moment, in a valley outside of the immortal graveyard in Shu, there was a burst of bell-like laughter and the roar of a tiger. Inside the valley, it was spring and the ground was covered in green grass. Little Zhou was wearing a robe with peonies embroidered on it and red pants. She had 2 little braids on her head and was sitting on a tiger covered in black stripes. She smiled and said, "Little White, you're being disobedient. Tonight, I'll punish you by making you eat with chopsticks." The tiger let out a roar that contained a hint of sadness. During this past year, it had been tortured by this little devil every day. Even when it was sleeping, it was often woken up by nightmares. The little devil's figure was always in its nightmares. Zhou clapped her hands and smiled. Your voice is too loud. You have to be quieter in the future. Yeah, I suddenly thought of something fun. Little White, do you know how to meow like a kitten? Little White's meow became even more miserable. I wonder how Uncle is doing. He's not back yet. Little White, do you miss Uncle? Zhou sighed and patted the tiger's head. The tiger let out a soft roar and responded listlessly. At this moment, its mind was filled with thoughts. How could a tiger like itself make a cat sound? Taiyin was sitting cross-legged under the pagoda. His eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at little Zhou. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. The news of Wang Lin's disappearance had already spread to Chu. Regarding this matter, he didn't tell Zhou. He believed that with his benefactor's cultivation, he would definitely be able to resolve this crisis. His benefactor said that he would return within 9 years, so he would definitely do it. Taiyan's eyes revealed a hint of conviction. 100 feet away from Taiyan, the thunder frog was lazily lying there, basking in the sun. Its huge eyes were half closed, revealing an expression of extreme enjoyment. It hadn't moved from this spot for almost a year, always lying there. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, the thunder frog sometimes reminisced about its past life in the land of the ancient god. Ever since it was born, it had always lived there and gradually grew up. In the land of the ancient god, there were battles almost every day. All kinds of demonic beasts fought for food and territory, often resulting in fierce battles. In these countless years of fierce battles, the thunder frog gradually grew up. Slowly, it learned how to spit out lightning balls. From then on, in the land of the ancient god, other than a limited number of demonic beasts, it could run amok. Now that it thought about the past, the thunder frog's abdomen swelled up. After a while, it slowly shrank back. It thought of Wang Lin. It was Wang Lin who brought it out of the land of the ancient god. However, compared to Wang Lin, it missed that mosquito even more. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, spring had passed, and it was already June. June might not have any special meaning to others, but to the outer disciples of the soul-refining sect in the Baisheng Nation, it was a heavenly month. This month was the day of the soul-refining sect's outer disciple competition. Through a series of eliminations, only one outer disciple would be chosen to become an inner disciple of the soul-refining sect. On this day, Wang Lin awakened from closed-door cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. At first glance, his eyes were black and white, but if you looked closely, you would see that his eyes were extremely bright, as if there were stars shining in them. The T marks on his face were even dimmer, and there were only 8 left. These 8 T marks were the key to Sun Tai's seal. The small piece of immortal jade in the mouth of the incense stick was completely absorbed by him. Under the impact of the seal, it began to shrink, but it was impossible to completely remove it. Peak late-stage nascent soul, muttered Wang Lin to himself. He slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and walked out of the cave. What I am comprehending is the reincarnation Tao's domain of life and death. The more I see through life and death, the more I can't escape it. Before, I always thought that life was life and death was death. But as I comprehended more, I realized that sometimes life is death and death is life. I, Wang Lin, have spent my life killing. Almost all I have seen is death. I have only comprehended life and death. Li Muin's new life is one, and my new life is another. But it's not enough. Wang Lin walked out of the cave, looked at the mountain range in the distance, and shook his head. After surviving this calamity, my mentality has changed a bit. Especially during the months I spent in the Fire Cloud Village, I felt even more emotional. Seeing life is life, and seeing death is death. Seeing life is not life, and seeing death is not death. These two realizations correspond to the early and middle stages of the soul formation stage. Wang Lin stood outside the cave. The wind blew his clothes. This opportunity has allowed me to vaguely comprehend something. If I can find that point and return to seeing life as life and death as death, I will be able to make a breakthrough in my comprehension realm and reach the late stage of soul formation. However, The late stage of the soul formation stage is difficult to comprehend the domain of life and death. To reach the peak of the late stage of the soul formation stage, one also needs to reach the peak of the soul formation stage. However, the peak of the soul formation stage is different from the soul transformation stage. That Li Yuanfeng is at the early stage of the soul transformation stage, but his domain can take form and leave a T mark on my body. This kind of power is obviously not something the soul formation stage can compare to. It seems that the peak of the soul formation stage can only be considered a level. Above that, the soul transformation stage requires a higher level of comprehension. Wang Lin pondered. At this moment, he didn't notice that a beautiful woman was silently looking at him from the entrance of a cave in the distance. The woman's gaze was a bit complicated. There was a hint of confusion, doubt, and helplessness in her eyes. Back in the celestial realm, Senior Zhou gifted me an ascendant crystal. With this, my chance of reaching the ascendant stage will increase. I presume this ascendant crystal is the power of a cultivator's domain. Ascendant. I don't know when I, Wang Lin, will have the chance to reach the ascendant stage. Right now, the seal hasn't been removed, and there is no hope for me to reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Tian Yunzi accepted me as his disciple. Perhaps I should go find him as soon as possible. Maybe then I'll have a chance of reaching the ascendant stage. However, if I leave with my current cultivation level, Situ Nin won't wake up, and I haven't obtained the cultivation heart crystal to raise my G realm. More importantly, the cultivators on planet Tian Yin all have high cultivation levels. If I don't have enough strength, I won't be valued by Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin suddenly noticed something. He turned his head and saw the woman's gaze. Who the hell is this woman? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he floated toward the woman's cave. The woman withdrew her gaze and took a few steps back to make way. Wang Lin landed where the woman was standing and coldly looked at her. He wasn't moved by her beauty at all and asked, "You know me?" The woman looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "You don't remember me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stared at the woman for a long time, but he still couldn't remember where he had seen this woman. The mountain breeze blew by, causing the woman's hair to flutter. She looked like a celestial that had left the mortal world. She put her hair behind her ear. Then she looked up at Wang Lin and softly said, "I'm not here." She softly said, "My name is Lu Mei, Lu Mei." Wang Lin looked at the woman. After a while, he slowly said, "I don't know you." Lu Mei let out a sigh and let out a faint smile. This smile was like a blooming flower. At this moment, it bloomed and covered up the surrounding scenery. Senior brother Wang Lin, do you really not remember the youth from the Hengyu sect who carried a large sword on his back? Wang Lin wasn't surprised at all that the woman had called out his identity. When the woman said she was Lu Mei, Wang Lin had already guessed it. Wang Lin calmly said, "The Lu Mei I know is the girl with the natural water spirit root in the Xindao sect. She is not a disciple of the country of Rosefinch." Lu Mei was startled. This kind of expression was rarely seen on her face. She carefully looked at Wang Lin and softly asked, "What does Senior Brother Wang mean?" Wang Lin didn't say anything and calmly looked at Lu Mei. After a while, Lu Mei lowered her head and softly said, "I'm afraid Senior Brother Wang has misunderstood." Wang Lin interrupted her and turned around to leave. To be able to appear in the Xiandao sect and even enter the soul refining sect, I don't think there is another cultivation country besides the country of Rosefinch that can do this. Lu Mei faintly smiled and said, "Is Senior Brother Wang really so sure that I'm a disciple of the country of Rosefinch? I'm afraid you're also testing me. Senior Brother Wang, I won't hide it from you. I, Lu Mei, am indeed a disciple of the country of Rosefinch." Wang Lin didn't turn around. He revealed a hint of mockery and slowly said, "Are you testing me? I have seen your bracelet on Red Butterfly's body before." With that, Wang Lin's body gently floated out of this place. Lu Mei lowered her head and looked at the bracelet on her arm. The mountain breeze had just blown up her sleeve, revealing the bracelet. She looked at Wang Lin's departing figure and let out a sigh. She muttered, "I haven't seen him in 500 years. He has changed a lot. The youth from before is no longer there. The current him has a heart as hard as iron." But what is his Tao heart? Chapter 382. Aside from Wang Lin himself, no one else knew about his Tao heart. Wang Lin felt gloomy about Lu Mei's appearance. The Rosefinch Kingdom was like a huge monster that loomed over Shizuku. Anyone, no matter where they were, could feel the pressure from the Rosefinch Kingdom. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger this feeling was. Although the trip to the Rosefinch Kingdom was short, the invisible sense of danger was still fresh in Wang Lin's memory. Whether it was in the cultivation abode where everyone was mute or during the battle with Red Butterfly, Wang Lin always felt that he couldn't breathe. This feeling was like a black curtain covering the sky. Unless there was a sharp sword that could pierce through the black curtain, there was no way to resist it. The Rosefinch Kingdom, the overlord of Shizuku. However, from Wang Lin's point of view, although the Rosefinch Kingdom was the overlord, it was shrouded in an aura of death. This aura of death wasn't the usual aura of life and death, but a type of comprehension. It was a type of comprehension that had lost all changes in vitality. The Rosefinch Kingdom is probably at the end of its road. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance. It was the direction of the Rosefinch Kingdom. 2 days later, the Soul Refining Sects tournament began. Tens of thousands of outer disciples were set up in hundreds of battle arenas. Every day, there would be several battles. Among these outer disciples, there were rogue cultivators and people from cultivation clans. They came to the Soul Refining Sect for this day. There was only one rule for the Soul Refining Sect's outer disciples tournament. As long as one could win, the loser's life and death didn't matter. The winner could kill whoever they wanted. As long as they had the ability, the sect wouldn't interfere even if they had to kill everyone. In fact, there was even a rumor circulating among the outer disciples that the more people a participant killed, the greater the chance of being chosen. If there was a strong person who could kill his way through and leave no survivors, then his chances of entering the inner court would reach an unbelievable height. This rumor would spread during every competition. In fact, many years ago, a killing star had appeared among the outer disciples. He had fought his way all the way to the final battle. Although he had failed, he had still been accepted into the inner sect. That time, when they made an exception, the rumor seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread. In every competition, less than half of the tens of thousands of outer disciples would survive. There was no exception. The remaining participants in the competition would have to pay more spirit stones to keep their outer disciple status so that they could enter the inner sect in the next competition. Over the countless years, no one knew how many outer disciples had died in the competition. No one knew how many souls had been added to the Soul Refining Sect's soul banner after each competition. The Soul Refining Sect continued to grow stronger in this cruel way. Every day, large numbers of outer disciples died. The hundreds of battle arenas were filled with rivers of blood. Wang Lin had been observing for the past few days. Every time someone died, that person's soul would be absorbed by the arena and disappear. Today was the day Wang Lin stepped onto the arena. He silently floated up and landed on the left side of the arena. A black-robed core formation cultivator, the inner sect disciple in charge of the arena, looked coldly at Wang Lin. From what he could tell, Wang Lin's cultivation base was about the same as his own. It was rare for outer disciples to have such a cultivation base. 8972, prepare to fight, he said. A roar could be heard from the surrounding disciples. Next, a short, fat man leaped up into the air and landed on the arena like a giant meatball. Without a word, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing numerous fireballs to appear in front of him. They looked like a rain of fire as they shot toward Wang Lin. Late Foundation Establishment. Wang Lin shook his head. In order to enter the inner sect, he had set his cultivation base at the mid-core formation stage. With a wave of his hand, he leaped off the arena. As he did, the short, fat cultivator's body trembled, and the fireballs vanished. His head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Lin didn't kill him. Killing a Foundation Establishment Junior was too shameful. As time passed, a large number of outer disciples died. 7 days later, of the tens of thousands of outer disciples, only 100 made it to the next round. Half of them had died. The rest had either given up early or both sides were heavily injured. That was why they didn't die. During these 7 days, 4 outer disciples caught the attention of the soul-refining sect. Among the 4, one of them was an old man with a head full of gray hair. He was at the late stage of core formation. Along the way, everyone he met was killed by him using the same spell. This spell seemed to be some kind of magical ability. All he had to do was point at them and say the word die, and they would immediately die. The moment Wang Lin saw this magic, he immediately thought of the G realm. He was startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized that although this divine ability was similar to the G realm, it was completely different. Death spell? After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin guessed the name of this spell. Back in the Sea of Devils, his G realm was mistaken for this spell. That was when Wang Lin learned about the death spell. The death spell was very difficult to cultivate. In his 500 years of cultivation, this was the first time Wang Lin had seen someone use it. The other person was a short, skinny young man. The young man couldn't resist the power of the death spell at all. Just as he was about to die, a ray of light suddenly flew out from the soul-refining sect and saved him. Now, there were only 2 people left in the outer disciple competition, Wang Lin and the old man named Sima. The battle between the 2 began on the 2nd day. On the stage, Sima's expression was gloomy. He had cultivated the death spell for many years just for this moment. Once he won, he would become an inner disciple of the soul-refining sect. He believed that he would one day reach the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the soul-refining school soul banner technique was compatible with the death curse technique he practiced. According to what his master said, if he practiced the 2 at the same time, the effects would reach an unimaginable level. It was only a hair's breadth away from the legendary extreme realm that had been lost for countless years. Thinking about his master, Sima's eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. In his eyes, his master was extremely powerful. A nascent soul cultivator would immediately collapse when his master said the word die. Even a soul formation cultivator wouldn't be able to escape. In his opinion, his master's cultivation level was definitely enough to challenge a soul transformational monster. The death curse art. Unless the opponent's cultivation far surpasses yours, no one will be able to block it. After many years of research, the death curse art was created by ancient cultivators after they studied the might of the extreme realm. If you can cultivate it to the extreme, you might even be able to obtain a trace of the might of the extreme realm. His master's words echoed in his ears. Sima's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at his last opponent. He didn't care about the young man named Qingmu at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he pointed with his right hand. Die! The death curse art poured out of his mouth as he spoke. 1,500 votes, and the 3rd update will be delivered. 600 votes now. It will reach 750 tomorrow, and the 3rd update will be delivered. 150 votes, which is 75 votes. Also, don't worry, everyone. The depressing period is over. Next, the soul refining sect will be very exciting. There will be fortuitous encounters, treasures, etc. The soul refining sect will not disappoint everyone, especially the soul banner. After learning how to refine a soul banner with wandering souls, it will become even more powerful. Together with the restriction banner, they will become Wang Lin's 2 greatest banners. Of course, there will be a 3rd banner, which will be Wang Lin's main treasure. To be continued. Chapter 383. The death curse art was a technique created by ancient cultivators after they failed to master the G realm. This technique was extremely difficult to master, but compared to the unfathomable G realm, it was much easier to master. Once mastered, all one needed to do was say the word death, and the person they were referring to would immediately die. To cultivate this technique, one needed to combine 3 energies into one. The 3 energies were death energy, energy, and killing intent. The death energy was formed by absorbing the energy of corpses. Although its attribute was een, it contained the intent of death. The second energy was een energy, which was a woman's vital een. By gathering een energy, this een energy contained business. The two energies fused together to form a een glow, which was then combined with the third energy, killing intent. After fusing the three chis into one and going through a near-death elimination, the survivor would be able to grasp the death curse art. Once one cultivated the death curse art, they would have to endure unimaginable pain every day and go through a near-death elimination every 3 years. After going through a few cycles, the death curse art could be considered to have reached the small success stage. If one continued to cultivate it, the chances of dying would be even higher. After all, this technique mimicked the might of the G realm. It was much weaker than the Pinnacle realm, but the danger of cultivating it far exceeded that of the Pinnacle realm. If one thought about it carefully, the gains would not make up for the losses. Although its attack power was terrifying, as time passed, the number of people who cultivated this technique gradually decreased. Seema spat out the word death and used the death curse art. With the point of his right hand, a strange ripple spread out from the space where his finger pointed. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear in the air. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't move and stood in place, feeling the power of the death curse art. Almost at the same time Seema pointed, he felt a trace of cold energy suddenly separate from the spiritual energy in his body. This cold energy was completely different from the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. The moment it appeared, another aura appeared from Wang Lin's body. The appearance of this aura caused Wang Lin to stare in shock. He was extremely familiar with this aura. If it had appeared in his true self's body, he wouldn't have been surprised. However, his current body hadn't killed many people in its life, and yet it was still able to condense killing intent. Although the killing intent was faint, the moment it appeared, it immediately fused with the Yin Qi, forming an extremely sharp and strange force that entered his nascent soul through his body. However, with Wang Lin's strength, he only needed a single thought to destroy this strange power caused by the death curse art. With a thought, this strange power was instantly frozen by his origin soul. Wang Lin carefully observed it for a while. With his understanding of the Lamita realm, he was able to see through the origin of the death curse art with a single glance. Although the death curse art was powerful, it was still much weaker than the extreme boundary. The extreme realm was a mutated heavenly tribulation. Against cultivators of the same level, it could kill them with a single strike. However, the death curse art was a technique that could kill cultivators with a cultivation level lower than the caster with a single strike. However, against cultivators with a cultivation level higher than the caster, the effect would be minimal. For example, if a cultivator with a cultivation level of the mid-stage of the core formation stage used this technique, they would be able to dominate anyone below the mid-stage of the core formation stage. Even if they didn't succeed, they would still be able to shock their opponent. However, against cultivators of the late stage of the core formation stage, this technique would be of little use. If one wasn't careful, they could even suffer the backlash. The difference between the extreme boundary and the Lamita realm was too big. Wang Lin shook his head. Although the death curse art was mysterious, it was of no use to him. With a thought, the strange power of the death curse art disappeared from his body. The moment it disappeared, Seema's body trembled and revealed a look of disbelief. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes became dull. The death curse art had been destroyed. With his cultivation level, he wasn't able to suppress the backlash from the death curse art. His body shook and he fell to the ground. Just then, a ray of light flew out from the soul refining sect. It wrapped around Seema's body and dragged him into the inner sect. Without any suspense, Wang Lin was the winner of this competition. The inner disciple who was hosting this competition clasped his hands at Wang Lin and smiled. I am Wang Zhen. The next time we meet, I will have to call you junior brother. Qingmu, come with me to see the elder. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew toward the inner sect of the soul refining sect. The inner sect of the soul refining sect was a world of its own. The moment they passed through the inner sect's formation, Wang Lin saw an endless mountain range. There were 3 ferocious-looking peaks that pierced the sky. These 3 peaks are where the 3 inner sects of the soul refining sect are located. They are the soul refining sect, the soul extracting sect, and the soul sealing sect. Wang Zhen introduced as they flew. Wang Lin nodded his head and looked at the 3 peaks. Behind the 3 peaks were huge golden halos. The halos seemed to contain their own world. From afar, they emitted a golden light that lit up the entire inner sect of the soul refining sect. The 9 golden halos are where the 9 soul formation stage seniors of the soul refining sect cultivate. One day, I will also reach the soul formation stage and become the 10th golden halo. Wang Zhen's eyes revealed a hint of fanatical reverence. Wang Lin glanced at the golden halos. He could clearly feel the boundless spiritual energy coming from the 9 halos. If I recover my cultivation, none of the soul formation stage cultivators in the 9 halos will be a match for me. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Wang Zhen turned around and said, "Qing Mu, you know Tsingniu, right? Tsingniu?" Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded. "I've heard of him. Back then, our soul refining sect originally had 10 soul formation stage cultivators. One of them was killed by Tsingniu." Wang Zhen's eyes revealed a look of reverence as he said, "This Tsingniu is my goal. One day, I will be like him and become the number 1 cultivator below the soul transformation stage in Suzaku." "Oh." Wang Lin was startled. He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember when he had killed a soul formation stage cultivator from the soul refining sect. Wang Zhen said, "Not many people know about this. That soul formation stage ancestor traveled to other countries. Unfortunately, he got into an argument with Tsingniu and was killed by Tsingniu." Wang Lin rubbed his nose. He really couldn't remember such a thing. Wang Zhen sighed. "This Tsingniu disappeared at the right time. Our ancestor, Dun Tian, is already preparing to find him and ask him why." "Ancestor Dun Tian?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Wang Zhen said, "There's no harm in telling you about this. You will become an inner disciple anyway. Our soul refining sect has 2 soul transformation stage ancestors, and one of them is Dun Tian. Do you see that golden hoop? Behind that golden hoop, there are 2 blood-colored hoop. Those are the places where the 2 ancestors secluded themselves," Wang Zhen said. Wang Lin looked up. He could vaguely see a trace of blood behind the 9 golden rings. As the 2 talked, they arrived at the soul refining mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a hall made of blue stone. Wang Zhen stopped outside the hall and said, "Qing Mu, go in. The elder will arrange things for you inside." Wang Lin nodded. His expression was calm as he walked into the main hall. The palace was completely dark, and the moment he entered, he felt a pressure. However, this pressure had no effect on Wang Lin. He revealed an expression of being unable to bear the pressure and stopped. At this moment, the pressure disappeared and an old voice said, "Come forward." Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief and walked forward. At this moment, the hall suddenly lit up and green flames began to burn. At the center of the flames was an old man wearing a green robe. He looked at Wang Lin with bright eyes. This person's cultivation level had reached the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. He only needed to comprehend the heavens to reach the soul formation stage. The old man withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin and calmly asked, "What is your name?" Wang Lin clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Disciple Qing Mu." The old man's eyes became serious, and he asked, "How did you break Sima's death spell?" Wang Lin's expression was normal as he calmly said, "I hid my cultivation level. In reality, I have reached the peak of the late stage of core formation. That death spell naturally couldn't hurt me." The old man nodded. From what he could see, Qing Mu wasn't lying. He had indeed hidden his cultivation level. The moment Qing Mu entered the hall, the old man could tell that Qing Mu's cultivation level wasn't at the intermediate stage of core formation, but at the peak of core formation. The old man's body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wang Lin. His right thumb pressed forward as fast as lightning and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin didn't dodge. The moment the old man's thumb touched his forehead, a wave of cold energy entered his body. However, with Wang Lin's primordial spirit, he didn't care at all. After a while, the old man retracted his thumb. The way he looked at Wang Lin was no longer as cold as before. He said in a low voice, "Old man, you are the head elder of the soul refining peak. Go to the side pavilion and exchange for a disciple's robe and token. You can also go to the scripture pavilion of the soul refining peak to choose a technique. You can open up a cave anywhere on this peak. There is no master in the soul refining sect. We cultivate on our own. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Go." Wang Lin nodded and respectfully turned around to leave. Not long after he left, two powerful divine senses appeared in the hall. "Junior brother, how is this person?" "It's fine," the old man harumphed and said. "Junior brother, the ancestors have been in seclusion for the past few years. We have to keep a close eye on them. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives sneak in." "What a joke. Do you think our soul refining sect doesn't have people with ulterior motives? It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Senior brothers, 1 out of 10 people below the peak has ulterior motives. You should focus on your own matters first. Don't interfere with the matters of the soul refining peak." The old man's tone was cold. "Junior brother, you have a lot of resentment. Hee, I've chosen the junior with the precognition intuition. The person with the death curse art has been chosen by junior brother Soullock. The remaining person will be the final winner. Junior brother, are you still not satisfied? T. Those two people both have their own techniques. This person's cultivation is only slightly higher. How can they be compared? Senior brothers, I won't be seeing you off," the old man said with a troubled expression. The two divine senses let out a burst of laughter and disappeared. Wang Lin walked on the soul refining peak and withdrew his divine sense. The soul refining sect and the earth refining cultivators are in seclusion. The soul refining sect is currently guarded by these 3 people. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he walked toward the side hall. After exchanging for a disciple's uniform and a medallion, Wang Lin saw that it was still early and went to the scripture pavilion. To be continued. Chapter 384. The sacred scripture pavilion of the soul refining peak wasn't big and only had 3 floors. From a distance, this pavilion looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. As Wang Lin walked in, his eyes suddenly focused on an old man sitting inside the pavilion. This old man's cultivation level was close to the nascent soul stage, only a sliver away from it. The old man's face was yellow and his body was skinny. He was listless and raised his eyelids when he sensed someone coming in. "Badge." Wang Lin took out the badge and handed it over. The old man glanced at it and said, "You can look through it as you like, except for the 3rd floor. You have 3 days." Wang Lin nodded and entered the pavilion. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of shells on the 1st floor. There were jade slips, bamboo slips, and even some stone slips. Wang Lin glanced at them one by one. The cultivation techniques were comprehensive. Wang Lin knew some of them, but he had never seen some of them before. However, there was no way to refine a soul banner. After looking around, Wang Lin went up to the 2nd floor. There were fewer jade scrolls on the 2nd floor compared to the 1st floor. They were scattered around with some brief introductions. Wang Lin scanned the place with his divine sense and immediately saw the words Soul Banner Creation next to a jade scroll. He picked up the jade slip and looked at it with rapt attention. He could not help but frown. The jade slip did indeed contain the method to make a soul banner, but it was no different from how cultivators in the outside world would normally refine a soul banner. If the soul refining sect had truly used this method to refine a soul banner, they wouldn't have been able to achieve such fame. After searching the 2nd floor carefully, Wang Lin still didn't find anything. He looked at the 3rd floor and pondered for a while. He didn't act rashly and returned to the skinny old man on the 1st floor. He clasped his fists and said, "Senior, why can't I go up to the 3rd floor?" The old man let out a yawn. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "If you can't go up, then you can't. Stop talking nonsense." Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he stared at the old man. The old man frowned and muttered a few words before impatiently saying, "Stop glaring. Are you looking for the jade slip to make a soul banner? Let me tell you, there's no such thing here, not even on the third floor. There are only 10 jade slips on how to make the restriction flag. If you want them, go snatch them. See, there's one in the cave over there. If you snatch it, you'll be able to learn it." Wang Lin looked at where the old man was pointing. There was indeed a cave abode. There is no order in the soul refining sect. If you have the ability to kill, then kill. If you like something, then take it. If you like a female cultivator, then snatch her. If you don't have the ability, then find a few others who don't have the ability to cultivate together. This way, you won't be robbed. The old man's eyes flashed with mockery. There's no order, just doing whatever you want. Wang Lin let out a smile. This soul refining sect was quite interesting. His eyes flickered as he waved his right hand. The old man's body was immediately grabbed by an invisible hand and lifted into the air. The old man was startled before he burst out laughing. The impatience on his face was replaced by a strong desire to battle as he said, "Fine, fine. You're the 5th person to attack me in the past 100 years. I, the old man, will play with you." After saying this, he tried to break free from Qi Nan's grasp. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold as he waved his right hand. Instantly, the old man's body was dragged by a great force and slammed into the wall beside him. The old man felt dizzy from the impact. He was about to let out a roar after collecting his thoughts, but his body was immediately grabbed and thrown into the wall again. Bang, bang, bang. The old man let out a series of painful groans as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Wang Lin was going to grab him again, he quickly begged for mercy. "Stop grabbing me, Grandpa. Don't scratch me, Grandpa. I'm calling you Grandpa. Spare me. If you hit me again, my old bones will break." Wang Lin let go, causing the old man to fall to the ground. It took him a while to get up, and he said with a wry smile, "Junior brother, with your cultivation, go and steal the jade slips. As long as you don't kill too many people in the soul refining sect, no one will care about you." Wang Lin glanced at the old man before he turned around and left. A while later, he arrived at the cave that the old man had pointed out to him. There were some restrictive spells around the cave. Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting with his legs crossed. Beside him were 2 female cultivators who were also meditating. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He waved his right hand, and a series of restrictive spells flew out. After a loud bang, the restrictive spells outside the cave, along with the Heaven Valley stone, all collapsed. The skinny old man's body trembled. From now on, the soul refining peak had another person that he couldn't afford to offend. The middle-aged man inside the cave let out an angry roar. He turned into a beam of light and charged out. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding, and a small purple flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of souls flew out. There were males and females among these souls. They let out shrill cries and pounced toward Wang Lin. "You destroyed my cave. You're seeking death." Wang Lin's expression was calm. The person that charged out of the cave wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, but a peak late-stage core formation cultivator like the old man. However, the soul flag in his hand was a bit different. Wang Lin immediately saw that there was a golden line on the soul flag. The soul fragments released by the flag were all emitting black gas. They were very different from normal soul fragments that looked like they would dissipate with the slightest breeze. These hundreds of souls were full of soul force. Some of them even emitted a pressure no weaker than a normal core formation cultivator's. "Grow!" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could see what was different about this soul banner. The soul in it definitely had the ability to grow continuously in the soul flag. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. Suddenly, the soul banner flew out of the core formation cultivator's hand and landed in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin wiped away the core formation cultivator's divine sense and entered the banner. Suddenly, he felt like he was in perfect harmony with the banner. With a shake of the soul banner, all of the incoming souls were sucked into it. The core formation cultivator gasped in shock. Without another word, he took out a black jade slip from his bag of holding and threw it on the ground. Then he retreated and shouted, "I concede. I concede. The cave is yours, the jade slip is yours, and I don't want the soul flag anymore. You can have it all. I have 2 concubines in my cave. I haven't had the chance to touch one of them yet. If you like them, they're all yours. I gave them all to you, so according to the rules, you can't kill me." With that, he retreated. Wang Lin looked at the person but didn't attack. He waved his hand, and the black jade flew into his hand. At this moment, 2 women walked out from the cave. Both of them were extremely beautiful, and there wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on their faces. It was as if this matter of stealing the cave was nothing out of the ordinary. They stood quietly outside the cave. This is the soul refining sex soul banner technique. However, it doesn't seem to be complete. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and frowned. One of the 2 women was wearing green. She noticed that Wang Lin frowned after reading the jade and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, did you see any flaws in the soul banner?" Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the 2 women. They were both at the mid-stage of core formation. Wang Lin asked, "Why is it like this?" The woman in green quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, you must be Qing Mu, the winner of the outer disciple competition." Junior apprentice sister, Su Yun greets senior apprentice brother. As for the flaws in the soul banner, it is because the soul refining sect has 3 methods to make a soul banner. They are called soul refining, soul extracting, and soul sealing. The 3 methods combined into one is the real soul banner technique. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He put away the jade and looked at the cave. He wasn't satisfied with this place. He scanned the cave with his divine sense and flew toward the bottom of the mountain. The 2 women were startled for a moment before looking at each other and quickly following behind him. In the soul refining sect, it was very dangerous for a disciple to be alone unless their cultivation base was extremely high. They had to rely on others, so they were all in groups of 3 to 5. If they lost in a fight, they had a hand over everything they had. After handing over everything, the other party couldn't kill anyone else, or else the elders would interfere. This kind of unreasonable sect rules made it impossible for disciples to have a sense of belonging. Everyone understood this, but no one knew why the soul refining sect did this. The senior apprentice brother that the 2 of them relied on had been beaten away by Wang Lin. Naturally, the 2 of them had to follow Wang Lin. While Wang Lin was flying, he frowned and stopped. He turned around and shouted, "Don't even think about following me." With that, he coldly looked at the 2 women and left. "Senior apprentice sister, what should we do?" The woman beside Su Yun asked anxiously. Su Yun stomped her foot and snorted. "What else can we do? If he doesn't want us to follow him, then we won't. Once he finds a cave, we'll stay there. That way, the others won't disturb our cultivation because of him." At the bottom of the soul refining mountain, Wang Lin's gaze fell on a rock. After looking at it for a bit, he pointed at it and a flying sword flew out of his bag of holding. After a few flashes, a cave was formed. Wang Lin flew into the cave and casually placed a restriction behind him, sealing the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the wall in front of him. The reason he chose this place was because it was closest to the spirit vein. Although it wasn't convenient for him to crazily absorb the spirit vein's energy like before, there was no harm in taking some. Wang Lin's body flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to the main spirit vein below the soul refining mountain. After sitting down, Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed. In the deepest part of the spirit vein below the soul refining mountain, there was a black fog that prevented divine sense from entering. A large amount of spiritual energy was slowly being absorbed by the black fog. Wang Lin's divine sense was at the edge of the black fog. He could immediately sense miserable screams coming from it and souls appearing one after another. It prevents divine sense? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He immediately sensed that there was a restriction around the black fog. It was because of this restriction that divine sense couldn't enter. After looking for a while, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could this be an ancient soul restriction? Wang Lin's heart trembled. To be continued. Chapter 385. The ancient soul restriction was one of the rarest of the Shang-Ji restrictions. Not only was it unpredictable, but it was also several times more powerful than a normal restriction. An ordinary restriction could be likened to an inanimate object or a lock that required a fixed method to be opened. However, the ancient soul restriction was different. It could be described as a living thing. The entire restriction was actually a soul that existed in the form of a restriction. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering for a bit, he disappeared and reappeared next to the Shang-Ji soul restriction. As soon as he appeared, the clouds in the black fog of the soul restriction immediately surged violently, and two rays of dark light suddenly lit up from within. At the same time, a soul-piercing roar came from within. The roar caused Wang Lin's origin soul to tremble, and he immediately backed up. His eyes lit up as he silently stared at the black fog. The roar from before was filled with warning. There must be a treasure inside this place that is sealed by the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his expression became serious. His hand formed a seal, and a series of afterimages appeared and circled around him. "Break!" Wang Lin let out a roar and pointed his finger forward. Suddenly, all of the illusionary restrictions around him flew out and landed on the black fog. The illusionary restrictions connected together and charged into the black fog like a dragon. The two ghostly lights inside the black fog released an angry glow. In the blink of an eye, the black fog churned violently and let out a roar that was even more powerful than before. The roar entered Wang Lin's origin soul, and he immediately felt a sharp pain coming from the cracks in his origin soul. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy, and he immediately backed up. It was at this point that the black mist suddenly began to churn even more violently. Suddenly, all of the black mist began to converge toward the center. In the blink of an eye, a demonic beast with two horns on its head and black mist emanating from its body appeared. At the moment the demonic beast appeared, Wang Lin immediately saw a small, golden flag stuck in the ground. The black fog was clearly coming from this small flag. The beast landed on the ground and opened its mouth at Wang Lin. Its eyes gave off a ghostly light. All of the illusionary restrictions Wang Lin had placed landed on the beast and were flashing nonstop. The beast shook its head, and two streams of black gas came out of its nostrils. It stared at Wang Lin, then its calf-like body suddenly jumped toward Wang Lin. Chilling. Without saying a word, Wang Lin's body disappeared. The demonic beast missed its target and suddenly raised its head to roar into the distance. Its roar penetrated the surrounding spirit veins, but it was bounced back by a gentle force 1,000 feet away. The beast let out another angry roar before turning back into the black fog and disappearing into the golden flag. Wang Lin appeared in the spirit vein a few thousand feet away. The spirit vein around him gave off a golden glow. He frowned and turned around to look at where the black fog was. It's not a Qilin, but it's similar to Ling Tianho's Qilin. That golden flag is most likely a treasure of the soul refining sect, and should also be a soul flag. This beast is the guardian and also one of the soul fragments inside the soul flag. It looks like the soul refining sect's soul flag has a lot to do with the ancient soul restriction. I just don't know how to make it. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and his eyes lit up. This beast isn't weak. It's equivalent to an early-stage soul formation cultivator. Since my cultivation hasn't recovered, there's no rush to capture it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he sat down and began to cultivate. Ever since Liu Mei appeared, the sense of crisis Wang Lin felt when he faced the country of Rosefinch appeared once more. Liu Mei being able to accurately pinpoint his location was a very bad thing. He secretly thought for a long time, but he still couldn't guess Liu Mei's goal. He couldn't see through Liu Mei's cultivation, which was why he didn't kill her before. Wang Lin began to ponder. This matter is very strange, and the country of Rosefinch's attitude is hard to predict. If it really doesn't work, I'll leave Suzuku and find Tian Yunzi to get away from this place. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months passed. Before, the area outside Wang Lin's cave was overgrown with weeds and was very desolate. After all, the place he chose was too remote. But now, there were no weeds outside his cave. There were even some strange plants that had been transplanted here, giving off a strange fragrance. The rubble on the ground had also been cleared and replaced with clean stones. There were even a few pavilions that had been built. In the middle, there was even a pool of water. A few small golden fish were swimming and playing in it, causing ripples on the surface of the water from time to time. There was a trace of celestial aura to it. Su Yun and Lu Wei were currently sitting in a pavilion. There were some fruits in front of the two of them. The two of them chuckled and occasionally looked at the entrance of the cave. Lu Wei's eyelashes trembled as she softly said, "Senior sister Su Yun, do you think senior brother Qing Mu will say that we acted on our own when he sees this?" Lu Wei's eyelashes trembled as she softly said, "Senior sister Su Yun, do you think senior brother Qing Mu will say that we acted on our own when he sees this? That shouldn't be the case. Cultivators all like cleanliness. Our actions have made this place so beautiful. Even if he doesn't like it on the surface, he definitely won't be angry. Junior martial sister Lu Wei, don't worry." Su Yun smiled lightly, picked up a fruit, and took a bite. Su Yun softly smiled as she picked up a fruit and took a bite. In these few months, senior brother Qing Mu's name has been spread by us. Our lives have become much better than before. It would be great if it could continue like this. In these few months, I have collected more souls than I did in a year. Su Yun nodded and said, "If no one tries to steal it, with our talent, we will definitely be able to create the 100-soul flag. Then, we will be able to reach the late stage of core formation with the flag." Lu Wei softly said, "Senior sister, I am still a bit worried. Recently, more and more people have come to visit. If senior brother Qing Mu finds out that we were the ones spreading the news, he won't let us off easily." "I don't think so." Before Su Yun could finish speaking, a long arc suddenly slid down from the top of the mountain. When it landed outside the cave, it turned into a middle-aged man dressed in gray robes. He was handsome, and his long hair fluttered in the wind when it fell on his face. He gave off the air of an immortal. "Junior brother Qing Mu, I am Guodongjian. I hope you can come out for a chat. Senior brother Gua, please return. Senior brother Qing Mu is in closed-door cultivation." Su Yun stood up and said in a sweet voice. Guodongjian frowned. He turned around and looked at Su Yun and said, "You two are Qing Mu's concubines?" Lu Wei's face turned red, but she didn't speak. Su Yun's expression didn't change as she smiled and said, "Senior brother, we are indeed senior brother Qing Mu's concubines." Guodongjian's gaze became cold as he looked at Lu Wei and said, "Nonsense. It's fine to fool others, but you dare to fool me?" The two of you scrammed to the side. With that, he turned around and waved his right hand. A spiritual seal appeared and turned into an azure dragon that charged toward the cave. The moment the azure dragon appeared, a sandstorm was kicked up and the azure dragon smashed into the cave. Just at this moment, a restriction appeared and blocked the azure dragon. At the same time, a giant hand appeared in the air and grabbed the azure dragon. It squeezed, causing the azure dragon to let out a miserable cry and dissipate into specks of light. Guodongjian's expression changed. He retreated a few steps and stared into the depths of the cave. Wang Lin slowly walked out of the cave. The sunlight landed on his body and released waves of black gas. This black gas condensed behind him and formed a giant skull. Thousand Soul Flag Illusion. Guodongjian's expression changed again, and he retreated a few more steps. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at Guodongjian. This person's cultivation was early stage, nascent soul. "Hand over the soul flag, and I'll let you leave." Wang Lin's voice was calm. Guodongjian's expression was gloomy. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and a soul flag with 2 golden lines appeared in his hand. He shook the flag, and soul fragments flew out. They formed black gas around him and turned into ferocious faces that roared at Wang Lin. He muttered something and retreated 2 steps. He pointed the soul flag at Wang Lin and shouted, "I also have 1,000 soul flag. If you can win, I'll hand it over. Suddenly, the soul fragments outside his body charged toward Wang Lin. Some of these soul fragments were at the foundation establishment stage. Some were at the core formation stage. And there was even a soul fragment with 2 horns that emitted the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed forward and said, "Whirlpool." Immediately, a giant black whirlpool appeared before him. The moment it appeared, Guodongjian's face turned ashen, and he bitterly said, "So, senior brother Qing Mu went in a closed-door cultivation to practice the soul refining technique. To be able to create a soul whirlpool in 3 months, I admire you." As he spoke, the soul fragments that pounced toward him let out miserable screams and were sucked into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, all the soul fragments except for the one with a nascent soul aura disappeared. The 2-horned soul that emitted the aura of a nascent soul cried out in alarm. Using some unknown method, it broke free from the suction of the vortex and immediately fled into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. The soul fragment let out another miserable scream and was pulled back. "Where did you get this nascent soul?" Wang Lin looked at the soul fragment and then at Guodongjian. Guodongjian let out a sigh. When he saw the soul whirlpool, he had completely given up on resisting. "Senior brother Qing Mu, congratulations on becoming the 3rd disciple of the soul refining peak to create a soul whirlpool. I used 100 soul banner with 900 souls to exchange for this nascent soul from Su Jinshi of Soul Extracting Peak." Chapter 386. During these 3 months, Wang Lin had borrowed the pressure from the spirit vein to increase his cultivation level and break through to the nascent soul stage. Once his origin soul recovered, he would be able to return to the soul formation stage. There were only 3 team marks left on his face. Sun Tai's seal was on the verge of collapsing. Compared to this, his biggest gain was that he could feel that the entire soul refining peak seemed to be enveloped by a huge, invisible thing. This invisible thing would occasionally release some soul fragments. Every time a soul fragment appeared, hundreds of strands of spiritual energy would rush out from the soul refining peak to fight for it. These souls did not appear at the same place, but were scattered across the soul refining peak, allowing them to appear at any location. After sensing this, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took out the soul refining jade and carefully examined it. Gradually, he saw some clues. The 3 techniques of the soul flag were soul refining, soul extracting, and soul locking. Among them, soul refinement was to refine all the dead souls in the world and seal them in the soul banner. Using a special method, they would not dissipate in the soul banner and would instead gradually grow stronger. Soul extracting wasn't the same. This technique couldn't refine dead souls, but it could extract the living soul from the body of a living person and seal it inside the flag. As for soul locking, Wang Lin didn't have anything to compare it with, so he couldn't figure it out. For the soul refining peak, the soul flag was divided into 10, 100 dry, 10,000, and so on. The more souls there were, the more powerful it was. 10 and 100 soul flags were very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. However, once the dry soul flag was formed, it would gain some abilities, and its power was closely related to the primary soul. In order to refine a dry soul flag, one had to have a primary soul. This was also the reason why there weren't many thousand soul flags. Normally, a 100 soul flag would have 999 souls, but due to the lack of a primary soul, it wouldn't be able to form a 1,000 soul flag. As for what a primary soul was, there was no other requirement. The primary soul had to be stronger than all the souls in the flag combined. As Wang Lin studied the soul banner, he thought of the Chilim-like demonic beast in the depths of the spirit vein. This beast was obviously the main soul of the golden soul banner. During these 3 months of cultivation, Wang Lin had collected a large amount of soul fragments. For some reason, these soul fragments were all gathered in the spirit vein. When Wang Lin checked earlier, he didn't see a single one. It was obvious that the moment the soul fragments appeared, they were taken away. After collecting these souls, Wang Lin understood where the souls in the spirit vein had gone. They had been absorbed by the soul banner in the depths of the spirit vein. During the 3 months, one man and one flag frequently fought over each other's souls. However, because the soul flag was fixed to a single point, it naturally wasn't as nimble as Wang Lin. During the 3 months, almost all of Jiuwei's souls were taken away by Wang Lin. There were strong and weak souls. During the 3 months, Wang Lin found an early-stage nascent soul. After collecting it, it became the primary soul. There weren't many nascent soul cultivator souls, only 2 or 3 a year. In the past, once a nascent soul cultivator soul was found, the powerful disciples of the soul refining mountain would fight for it. Guo Dongjin's words made Wang Lin's heart tremble. The disciples of the soul extracting peak were obviously using souls to refine the flag, as he had expected. He made up his mind to find an opportunity to get a soul extracting jade slip to study. As for the soul vortex, it was one of the 3 divine abilities on the soul refining jade slip. These 3 divine abilities were condensation, soul vortex, and blood sacrifice. Condensation was relatively simple. Although there were only 10 soul refining jade slips on the soul refining peak, there were people who made copies of the condensation divine ability and sold them outside. This spell was the foundation of refining the soul. Only by using this divine ability could the formless soul be condensed into a physical form and be placed into the soul flag. The soul vortex was a relatively rare divine ability, at least on the soul refining peak. This divine ability could only be mastered by nascent soul cultivators, but not all nascent soul cultivators could learn it. For example, Wudongjian had never been able to understand it. Once this divine ability was used, it could absorb a large amount of souls. Whether it was fighting or stealing souls, it was a great advantage. Finally, there was blood sacrifice. This was the ultimate divine ability of the soul, refining peak's soul flag. Using this technique would increase the power of the soul flag by several times. Although the soul refining sect had few disciples, they were very famous. 1/3 of the reason was because of this technique. However, cultivating this technique was even more difficult. Even some late-stage nascent soul disciples couldn't master it. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the soul vortex disappeared. A soul flag appeared in his hand, and with a wave, a large amount of souls were sucked into the flag. Guo Dongjin's expression was unsightly, revealing a trace of bitterness. The soul banner that he had spent many years collecting was snatched away, just like that. Guo Dongjin could only sigh and smile bitterly. This was the rule of the soul refining sect. He originally came here to steal Wang Lin's soul flag. Now that he had failed, although he felt bitter, he could only sigh. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and left dejectedly. Wang Lin slapped the nascent soul in his hand and sent it into the soul flag. Suddenly, the nascent soul and the original primary soul began to fight each other. Wang Lin didn't look at the flag anymore. He knew that there would be a winner between the 2 nascent souls. The winner would become the new primary soul, and the loser would become a vassal. Su Yun and Lu Wei were nervous and didn't dare to say a word. Although Su Yun was full of confidence before, she couldn't be confident anymore. She didn't think that senior brother Qing Mu had mastered the soul vortex. Wang Lin's gaze swept the surroundings. This place was very elegant and had its own charm. You changed the layout of my palace without permission. This matter is over, and the 2 of you must leave immediately. Wang Lin's tone was calm as he spoke slowly. Su Yun had a pleading look on his face as he said, "Senior brother Qing Mu, the 2 of us won't disturb you. If we go out now, the souls we worked so hard to collect will definitely be taken away. Senior brother, we just want to find a safe place to cultivate and won't cause you any trouble." Wang Lin didn't speak, but his gaze turned cold. Su Yun's heart trembled when his gaze landed on her. Lu Wei was a timid person to begin with. Now, she couldn't help but cry. She was a talented person, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Although she was timid, with her cultivation level of the intermediate stage of the core formation stage, She managed to win a competition among the outer disciples and became famous among the inner disciples. However, after entering this place, she realized that everything was different from what she had imagined. The soul-refining peak was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This place was far from the ideal cultivation sect she had in mind. Wang Lin frowned. He waved his sleeves and was about to throw the two women out of the palace when he suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. A green silhouette, like a fairy, slowly floated over from the sky and landed 10 feet away from Wang Lin. Lu Mei. Seeing this woman, Wang Lin frowned even more. Lu Mei smiled and said, Brother Qing Mu's cultivation has recovered by more than half. Congratulations. The moment Lu Mei spoke, Wang Lin pointed at the air with his right hand. Instantly, Su Yun and Lu Wei's bodies fell to the side and they fainted. Lu Mei, what is your goal? Just say it. There is no need to be so pretentious and ruin my impression of you. Wang Lin stared at Lu Mei and said coldly. Lu Mei stared at Wang Lin and softly sighed. Wang Lin, you are faced with a disaster. Go. Leave Suzu. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He didn't speak and waited for Lu Mei to continue. I don't want to lie to you. You already know that I am from the country of Rosefinch, but you don't know that my master is no ordinary person. He is the #1 cultivator on Suzuku, the son of Rosefinch. Lu Mei softly said. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and his mind became clear. He suddenly asked, after the battle between Red Butterfly and me, how is she now? After hearing Lu Mei's words, he connected it with his previous thoughts and suddenly came up with a terrifying guess. Lu Mei's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, Red Butterfly was killed by my senior. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of air and confirmed his guess. He said in a low voice, It seems that my battle with Red Butterfly was only a beast fight in the eyes of some people. Lu Mei bit her lower lip and softly said, Brother Wang, you should leave. The faster the better. With that, she looked deeply at Wang Lin, let out a sigh, and left. Wang Lin, Lu Mei was ordered by my master to leave my shadow in your Dao heart. This is a fate that Lu Mei can't resist. I can't go against my master's orders. In this battle of Dao heart, unless your shadow is left in my Dao heart, you have no chance of winning. However, I, Lu Mei, have comprehended the 1,000 illusion merciless Dao. Everything on the outside has emotions on the outside, but my heart is merciless. How can you win? Lu Mei let out a sigh as she left. There was a hint of coldness and ruthlessness in the depths of her eyes. However, this ruthlessness was covered up by her appearance and couldn't be seen through. Wang Lin looked at Lu Mei's back and frowned. Lu Mei's words seemed to have pointed out the problem, but in reality, it left countless questions unanswered. This matter is strange. I have a strange feeling about this, Lu Mei. Strange. Wang Lin frowned and muttered to himself. After a while, he looked at Su Yun and Lu Wei, who were not far away. He waved his sleeves and took the two of them 100 feet away from the cave. However, the moment he took the two of them away, Wang Lin's heart suddenly trembled as if he had thought of something. He reached out with his right hand, and the two of them pulled him back. He took a closer look and saw that the two of them had different expressions on their faces. Su Yun's previous performance had always been rather firm. When she spoke to the other woman, she gave off a sense of strength. However, at this moment, she was unconscious, and a trace of weakness and helplessness could be seen on her face. In contrast, the feeling the other woman gave Wang Lin was that she was always soft and weak. However, at this moment, there was a hint of ruthlessness and determination in her expression. It was clear that she was someone who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through Wang Lin's mind. His eyes lit up as he looked in the direction Lu Mei left and revealed a cold smile. I understand now. Why do I have such a strange feeling every time I see Lu Mei? It's because Lu Mei's actions seem to be pitiful and sentimental, but in reality, it's to hide the true ruthlessness in the depths of her heart. Chapter 387. Wang Lin stared in the direction that Lu Mei disappeared in and revealed a cold gaze. I can't see through this Lu Mei's cultivation, but it's clearly higher than mine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Rosefinch's son's disciple. However, what is her goal in getting close to me? Wang Lin frowned and waved his right hand. Su Yun and Lu Wei landed a few dozen feet away. Wang Lin wasn't a kind person, but since he was able to determine Lu Mei's true appearance from the two women's expressions before and after they fainted, he didn't chase them away. This Lu Mei didn't attack me before I recovered my cultivation, so her goal clearly wasn't to kill me. She seemed to have feelings, but she was actually emotionless. This is strange and definitely not out of good intentions. Wang Lin's gaze was dark. After a while, he waved his sleeves, turned around, walked into the cave, and sat down cross-legged. Cultivation is no longer an obstacle. Once my origin soul completely recovers, I can return to the mid-stage of soul formation. Right now, the most important thing is to recover my origin soul. In order to recover my origin soul, I need to find a place with even more powerful spiritual pressure. Only then can I forcefully recover. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before his eyes lit up and his body disappeared. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the depths of the spirit vein below the soul refining mountain. He was currently at the very bottom of the spirit vein, and about 300 feet to his left was where the golden soul flag was. At this distance, the Qilin-like main soul inside the soul flag wouldn't be able to affect him. Sitting there in the lotus position, Wang Lin could feel the pressure of the surrounding spiritual energy slowly gathering toward him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. This time, he didn't cultivate, but used the spiritual energy to compress his origin soul so that it could quickly condense. Time slowly passed. Su Yun and Lu Wei had long since awakened. When they saw that they weren't outside the range of the cave, they immediately guessed what was going on. In the end, the two of them discussed it and made a small cave where they woke up and sat down to meditate. On this day, Wang Lin was crazily using the spirit vein to compress his soul. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and there was a hint of intelligence in them. Although his primordial spirit had not fully recovered, it was much stronger than it was a few months ago. At this moment, there were only 2 T marks left on his face. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he scanned the area with his divine sense. His divine sense landed on the place where the golden soul scroll was located 3,000 feet away. At this moment, an illusionary figure suddenly appeared outside the soul flag. Another roar came from the black fog as the Qilin beast appeared. Its huge eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow. Roar! As it roared, the shadow retreated and quickly became corporeal. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense and immediately recognized this person. He was the old man in the Bluestone Hall that day, the grand elder of the soul refining peak, who was only a step away from the divine transformation realm. Damn it, this 100,000 soul flag is getting stronger and stronger. With my cultivation speed, when will I be able to refine it? The old man's face was gloomy. When the Qilin beast saw the old man, it didn't attack like it did when it saw Wang Lin. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in its eyes. Evil creature. The old man's eyes became fierce as he shouted. The ancestor ordered that the 3 soul flags suppressed under the 3 peaks should belong to the virtuous. Sooner or later, you will be in the hands of the old man whole. The beast snorted out black gas, and the disdain in its eyes became even stronger. Umph. The old man slapped his bag of holding, and a pale gold soul flag appeared in his hand. He shook it, and an endless amount of souls appeared. Among these souls was a late-stage, nascent soul stage primary soul. Behind the primary soul were dozens of early and mid-stage nascent soul stage secondary souls. Behind them were countless souls of different cultivation levels. 10,000 soul devour. The old man shouted and pointed the soul flag in his hand forward. Suddenly, all of the surrounding souls let out ear-piercing screams and charged toward the demonic beast. The beast opened its eyes and charged into the souls like lightning. It didn't even try to dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth and began to devour the souls. It was clear that this was not the first time the old man had fought with this beast. There was no trace of shock on his face. Instead, there was a hint of determination. He watched as the souls were swallowed by the demonic beast. With every incense stick, the demonic beast body would grow a bit larger. With his cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to fight against this beast. However, he was well-versed in soul refining techniques and had the 10,000 soul banner. Therefore, he should be able to put up a fight. After a while, the old man's hands formed a seal and quickly changed. Immediately, his hands turned blood red and drops of blood were forced out of the pores on his hands. Gradually, the old man's expression became serious as a fist-sized ball of blood appeared in front of him. Blood sacrifice. The old man's voice was low. The moment the words left his mouth, the ball of blood collapsed and turned into specks of bloodlight that covered the surrounding 100 feet. Suddenly, the souls that were devoured by the beast began to crazily move as if they had eaten a great supplement. They wanted to rush out of the beast's body. Outside, there was also a large amount of souls attacking under the control of the primary souls. The nascent soul stage souls were even able to use techniques against each other. As a result, the beast began to growl, but within its eyes, there was a strong sense of mockery. Suddenly, the demonic beast let out a fierce roar. Immediately, a gust of black gas flew out from the golden soul banner. The black gas transformed into another demonic beast. The two beasts looked exactly the same. The old man's expression was ugly. The last time he fought against the soul flag, he was defeated by the second beast. Now that he saw the second beast, his expression became gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding again, and a black light appeared in his hand. The black light turned into a giant bell. The handle of the bell was made of purple wood, and there were some complicated patterns on it. The old man used a great treasure to borrow this bell from the god Locking Peak to deal with you, the second beast. The old man let out a roar and shook the bell in his hand. Clanging sounds rang out, and the moment the sound waves appeared, they turned into illusory, demonic beasts with a single horn on their heads. They roared and charged at the Chelan. The two Chelan beasts were trapped and began to roar. The old man revealed a happy expression and focused on controlling the treasure in his hand. However, just at this moment, another wave of black gas came from the golden soul flag, and a third Chelan appeared. The old man let out an angry roar. This was the most progress he had ever made, and he had forced out a third demonic beast. However, today was also the day he felt the most helpless. Earlier, he had analyzed how many true souls there were inside the golden soul flag. Originally, he had assumed that there was only one. However, years ago, when he had used the soul flag to tangle with the demonic beast and was still unsure of the outcome, another one had appeared. The second time he came, he also lost to the second Chelan beast. This third time, he made up his mind to exchange for the bell, but he bitterly found out that there was a third Chelan beast. As a result, he couldn't help but think that after the third Chelan beast, there would be a fourth, fifth, and sixth Chelan beast. No wonder no one has been able to take this flag after so many years. The old man let out a sigh and was about to give up. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense descended from all directions. The old man's expression changed greatly. Under this divine sense, he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. This was a feeling he had only felt when he faced a soul formation ancestor back in the day. However, compared to the feeling he had in the past, the feeling he had now was many times stronger. This must be a soul formation ancestor coming out of closed-door cultivation. The old man's body trembled, and he immediately said, "Disciple Wu Daochi greets ancestor." As the divine sense swept by, the third Chelan beast let out a miserable groan. Strands of black gas wrapped around its body, and it roared as it tried to break free. A cold harumph could be heard from the void. Following this, a giant hand appeared and grabbed at the golden soul banner. At this moment, the golden soul flag began to move even though there was no wind. Suddenly, three Chelan demonic beasts appeared and roared at the palm. The three Chelans' eyes were filled with ferocity and a hint of dread. The giant hand slammed down and slammed down. One of the Cheelants let out a miserable groan and turned into countless soul fragments that scattered in all directions. The other two Cheelants immediately pounced forward and began to fight the giant hand. The cold snort came from the divine sense once again. This time, countless strands of black gas came from all directions. These strands of black gas gathered together to form a black spear that flickered with black lightning as it stabbed towards the Cheelan. Wang Lin's previous cultivation level wasn't enough to deal with this Cheelan. After all, his cultivation level had only recovered to mid-stage nascent soul. Now that his cultivation level had broken through to nascent soul, he was a soul formation cultivator without a domain. Although he wasn't as strong as a real soul formation cultivator, he was more than enough to deal with this Cheelan. A roar that was louder than all the other Cheelans came from the golden soul flag. A golden aura suddenly appeared. The moment this golden aura appeared, all of the Cheelan beasts trembled and collapsed into countless soul fragments that fused with the golden aura. As the Cheelan collapsed, Wu Daoqi let out a miserable groan. His soul flag and magical items had been locked in combat with the Cheelan, and now that it collapsed, the resulting backlash caused him to be seriously injured. In his shock, he was about to retreat, but at that moment, a shadow appeared in front of him. With one finger, Wu Daoqi's body immediately tilted to the side, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Wang Lin stood before Wu Daoqi and reached out. Wu Daoqi's soul flag and purple wooden bell landed in his hand. His eyes lit up as he stared at the golden aura that continued to gather. So this is the main soul of the soul flag. All of the Cheelan beasts before were just the secondary souls. After the golden aura absorbed all the soul fragments, a roar that shook the entire soul, refining mountain, came out from Hole 2. In an instant, a giant Cheelan appeared before Wang Lin. It gave off a golden glow and didn't look like a soul fragment at all. To be continued. Chapter 388. This Cheelan beast looked exactly the same as the one Ling Tianho had in the celestial realm. However, its aura was far weaker than Sword Saint Ling Tianho's. Cheelan soul fragment. Wang Lin stared at the beast, and his right hand reached out. Strands of black gas gathered from all directions and formed a black lance in his hand. The golden Cheelan let out a roar, and a giant ball of golden light suddenly appeared before it. It smashed toward Wang Lin. The lance in Wang Lin's hand trembled, and he stabbed forward with the lance. Bang! There was a thunderous rumble, and the surrounding spirit vein began to crack. Wang Lin retreated 2 steps, and the ball of light dissipated into specks of light. Interesting. Although Ling Tianho's Cheelan is alive, it doesn't have an inheritance and can't use spells. Although this soul fragment is weaker, it can still use spells. It seems it has an inheritance memory. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding and took out 2 bells. He threw them at the Cheelan, and the 2 bells flew out toward the Cheelan. The Cheelan leaped into the air, raising its front hooves high into the air and stomping down on the ground. A boom could be heard as the spirit meridian in the area collapsed. A powerful force slammed into the 2 bells, causing them to tremble and slow down. Wang Lin let out a snort and suddenly moved. The lance in his hand trembled and stabbed forward. The lance turned into a ray of black light and pierced through the Cheelan's body. The beast let out a roar, and black gas came out from where it pierced through the Cheelan. The black gas turned into soul fragments. Without a word, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the soul flag appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the soul fragments flew toward the soul flag. The Cheelan let out a roar, and the soul fragments that flew out were immediately sucked back into its body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The soul vortex appeared, and he began to fight the Cheelan for the soul fragments. With this obstruction, the 2 bells immediately grew larger and closed in. The Cheelan beast let out a roar and spat out black fog from its nostrils. It turned into 2 smaller Cheelans that pounced on the bells. Wang Lin performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and immediately numerous restrictive spells flew out, landing in the surroundings, pressing down on the two beasts that were pouncing at him, sealing them within. Then, two bells covered the beasts and put them away. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he stared at the soul that had drifted out from the Qilin beast's body. He scoffed and shouted, "Evil creature, if you had the abilities of your ancestor, Wang would naturally be no match for you. But now, you're just an illusory body formed from the condensation of a remnant soul. It won't be difficult to destroy you." With that said, Wang Lin's hands moved quickly, and a series of illusionary restrictions flew out and surrounded the Qilin beast like a sticky spider web. The Qilin beast let out a roar and began to struggle. Cracking sounds could be heard as the restrictions collapsed. However, Wang Lin's hands didn't stop. One restriction after another flew out and landed on the Qilin beast's body. Gradually, sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. In just a few breaths of time, he had sent out countless restrictions. Slowly, the Qilin beast's roars became even more intense, but its body seemed to sink into water and became very slow. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He touched his bag of holding, and a small flag flew out. This flag was a restriction flag. With a wave of the flag, restriction gas came out, and black spears suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar and pointed at the golden Qilin. The black spears charged at the golden Qilin. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. He quickly formed seals and sent out soul vortexes. His body moved like lightning, and soul vortexes appeared one after another. Countless black spears flew toward the golden Qilin beast. The Qilin beast's eyes were filled with anger, and its body trembled. Suddenly, more than 10 balls of golden light appeared around it. Bang, bang. Several explosions sounded out as the restriction spears collided with the golden balls of light. However, some of the spears still managed to pierce into the Qilin beast's body. A large amount of soul fragments came out and were quickly absorbed by the soul vortexes that Wang Lin had set up earlier. The Qilin beast let out a roar and began to struggle violently. The restrictions on its body shattered one by one. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't expect that this illusory body form from the Qilin beast's remnant soul would be so powerful. This remnant soul was almost the same as a peak late-stage soul formation cultivator. With a few more years of nourishment, it would reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's gaze was gloomy. He raised his right hand, and the beast trap on his wrist flew out. It landed on the side and turned into the god-slaying war chariot. After the battle with Red Butterfly, the spirit beast on the chariot was in a weakened state. However, at this moment, when the spirit beast saw the Qilin's remnant soul, it became excited, and its eyes revealed a monstrous amount of greed. When the Qilin's remnant soul saw the spirit beast, it let out a roar as if it had met its natural enemy. It no longer struggled against the restrictions around it, and instead revealed a battle intent. Seeing this, Wang Lin let out a sound of surprise. His eyes lit up, and without saying anything, he formed a seal on the war chariot. For the first time, the spirit beast on the war chariot let out a roar of joy. For the first time, it didn't wait for the war chariot to open and didn't even try to devour Wang Lin. Instead, it charged toward the Qilin's remnant soul with countless black chains. The Qilin's remnant soul let out a roar, and countless balls of golden light appeared in front of it, blocking the spirit beast's charge. The spirit beast let out a loud roar as it charged forward. With a bang, all of the balls of golden light shattered, and the spirit beast's body collided with the Qilin's remnant soul. Immediately, the two beasts let out miserable groans. The spirit beast's charge was too fierce, and the chains on its body were pulled taut. It felt pain and had no choice but to retreat. It suddenly turned around and bit at the chains, but couldn't bite through them. In its anger, the spirit beast immediately roared at Wang Lin. Its intentions were clear. The Qilin's remnant soul was no match for the spirit beast. The restrictions on its body collapsed under the impact, and its body was thrown far away, scattering a large amount of soul fragments. The moment these souls appeared, they were absorbed by the surrounding soul vortexes. In the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed. The golden Shielin's figure was no longer as corporeal as before. Instead, it had become illusory. It stared at the spirit beast with an unwilling expression and lowered its head, but didn't dare to move forward. After all, it was only a remnant soul. If it was at its peak, it wouldn't be afraid of the spirit beast, but now it was inferior. After the Shilin was sent flying, the golden soul banner was revealed where it was. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he moved forward without hesitation. He appeared next to the golden soul banner and was about to grab it. The golden Shilin let out an angry roar and pounced forward. Wang Lin sneered and pointed at the war chariot. Immediately, the chains on the war chariot disappeared. Without the chains, the spirit beast let out an excited roar. Its body moved as fast as lightning, and it opened its mouth to swallow the Chilin's remnant soul. The Chilin's remnant soul was unwilling to give up. It helplessly gave up on attacking Wang Lin and turned around to escape. Suddenly, the two beasts began to chase each other. A large amount of souls came out from the Chilin's body and were absorbed by the soul vortexes. Wang Lin grabbed the golden soul banner. The moment his hand touched it, a cold feeling entered his body. After circulating a few times, it gradually calmed down. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood landed on the golden soul banner and was quickly absorbed by it. "Rise!" Wang Lin shouted and immediately pulled the golden soul banner up from the ground. Suddenly, a black gas as thick as an arm flew out from the place where the golden soul banner was. It directly penetrated the entire soul refining peak. From afar, the black gas shot up into the sky from the top of the soul refining peak. It turned into a dense black light that spread in all directions. At this moment, all the disciples on the soul refining peak raised their heads and stared at the black gas in shock. They had already heard roars coming from inside the peak, but the roars contained a lot of power, so they didn't dare to investigate. In the depths of the soul refining sect, the 9 giant golden rings suddenly trembled. On the 8th golden ring, a person appeared. This person had white hair and a gloomy face. He stared at the black light and was about to go check it out. Suddenly, he stopped and looked like he was listening. He turned around and bowed toward the 2 faint blood rings behind the 9 golden rings and respectfully said, "We obey the ancestors' order." With that, he returned to the golden rings and disappeared. Wang Lin held the golden restriction flag, shook it, and shouted, "Primary Qilin soul, return." In an instant, the golden Qilin that had been forced to retreat by the soul beasts immediately let out a roar. Its body turned into a streak of golden light that flew into the soul banner in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin felt the soul banner shake in his hand. He was overjoyed and immediately put it away. At this moment, the spirit beast was enraged. Its hatred for Wang Lin was already very deep, and now that it saw that Wang Lin had snatched away the great nourishment it was about to get, it immediately turned around and charged at Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin couldn't truly control the spirit beast, he could seal it. His expression was calm as his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the chariot. Suddenly, chains came out of the chariot and bound the spirit beast. As the beast roared, it was slowly pulled back and disappeared from the war chariot. With a bang, the war chariot turned into a beast trap. Wang Lin didn't wear the trap on his wrist. Instead, he sealed it and put it in his bag of holding. After doing this, his body disappeared from the spirit vein and reappeared at the top of the soul refining peak. At this moment, the black gas at the top of the mountain was very dense. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the black gas. His eyes flashed, and he revealed a pondering expression. The noise just now must have attracted the attention of the soul refining sect's soul transformation cultivators, but no one came here. This is interesting. Wang Lin stared at the 9 golden rings, especially the 2 blood rings. Although his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, he wasn't afraid. Even if a soul transformation cultivator came, he could still tear open a rift and leave with the star compass. Vaguely, he saw an ancient gaze that contained a hint of kindness. It flashed and then disappeared into the blood ball. Eh, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. In the past few days, his condition had recovered a bit. He felt that his thoughts were smoother and there wouldn't be any more depressing scenes. Double the last 2 days and asked for a monthly ticket. Chapter 389. This person is... The eyes in the blood ring flickered and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered for a while, and his eyes flickered. Right now, it doesn't matter whether I stay in the soul refining sect or not. The recovery of my soul can only be done under great pressure unless I have a miraculous pill. It's not that there's no way, but it's a bit dangerous. Wang Lin looked at the soul extracting and soul sealing peaks. After pondering for a bit, his eyes revealed a hint of determination. His body moved and turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the soul refining peak and flew toward the soul extracting peak. As he flew, a beautiful woman stood in a corner of the soul refining peak and stared at Wang Lin. She sighed and muttered to herself, "He recovers so fast. If I want his Tao heart to have my shadow, I must first know what his Tao heart is. But I can't see through his Tao heart during this period of time. Senior apprentice Brother Wang, what is your Tao heart?" Wang Lin landed on the soul-extracting peak and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately found a cave and arrived there like lightning. Inside the cave was the disciple with the highest cultivation besides the first elder, Su Jinshi. As soon as Wang Lin's figure appeared, Su Jinshi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an ugly expression. Wang Lin stood in Su Jinshi's cave and glanced at him. He said calmly, "Do you have the soul-extracting jade slip?" Su Jinshi pondered for a while and nodded. He couldn't see through the person's cultivation and had never seen this person before. However, he could tell at a glance that this person was from the soul refining peak. In the soul refining sect, the disciples of the 3 peaks could communicate with each other. As long as you had the ability, it was not impossible to obtain all 3 methods of soul refining. Su Jinshi had been to the soul refining peak many years ago and obtained a soul refining jade slip. Su Jinshi gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you the soul extracting jade slip. However, I have a soul refining banner. I am still missing over 300 dead souls to become the 1,000-soul banner. Give me 300 dead souls, and I will let you have a look." Wang Lin looked at Su Jinshi for a moment. Considering his status, he didn't deign to try to rob him. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced the 1,000-soul flag, which contained a total of 2,000 souls. With a wave of his hand, 300 flew out. Wang Lin made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and the 300 souls were immediately crushed into a fist-sized black bead, which he threw to Su Jinshi. Su Jinshi was also a straightforward person. He immediately took out a purple jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Wang Lin. "How should I address you?" "Senior Martial Brother." "Green Tree." Wang Lin took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. Sure enough, it recorded a series of methods to extract living souls and keep them from dissipating. Finally, there was also the method to refine the banner with living souls. The soul extracting technique also had 3 abilities: soul focus, soul attraction, and insect feeding. Soul focus was the foundation of the soul extracting technique. Without soul focus, the success rate of forcibly extracting the soul isn't high. Only by using soul focus will the success rate increase greatly. Soul attraction was the true soul extracting technique. It was the method to extract a living soul from a living person. As for the insect feeding, it was the most vicious. It was the most powerful technique in the soul extracting peak. It was as famous as the soul refining peak's blood sacrifice. Raising goo was a strange technique that turned living souls into something similar to goo, allowing them to kill people without leaving a trace. As time passed and the souls were refined, they would eventually turn into goo soul beasts. A goose-soul beast had the strength of a core formation cultivator. If you only look at it this way, then this method of raising insects isn't anything special. However, countless years ago, a disciple of the soul-extracting sect betrayed his sect and used this method to change his appearance and dominate a rank 4 cultivation country. Eventually, he created his own sect called the Demonic Pill Sect. This person used various unknown methods to refine the goose-soul beast into a pill, and then fuse the green corpse chi into it to increase its power. In the end, it formed a green pill of might, which was called the green pill technique. With this method, he successfully cultivated to the deity transformation stage. He could be said to be a genius. A green core was different from a golden core. There could only be one golden core, but there was no limit to the number of green cores. This person used this technique to refine hundreds of thousands of green cores. The moment he attacked, he would cause countless green cores to explode. Even soul transformation old monsters would have a headache dealing with this person. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bother him. After all, the power of tens of thousands of green cores exploding was earth-shattering. If this person was forced into a corner and exploded all of his green cores at once, the power would be too great. The soul-refining sect never punished this person for betraying the sect. This was something that many people were confused about. In the end, as this person disappeared, he slowly disappeared in the river of history. Su Jinshi looked at Wang Lin and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Qing Mu, are you going to the Soul Lock Peak to ask for the Soul Lock Jade?" Wang Lin put away the Soul Lock Jade and nodded. Su Jinshi bitterly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, there's no need to go. There isn't a single Soul Lock Jade on the entire Soul Lock Peak. Only the Soul Transformation Ancestor can look at it. The disciples of the Soul Lock Peak cultivate the same thing as us. They have cultivators for both the soul refining and soul extracting techniques." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He nodded and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the Soul Lock Peak. He found a random disciple and asked the same question as Su Jinshi. As for the depths of the Soul Extracting Peak and the Soul Lock Peak, Wang Lin also went to explore. Of the two places, only the Soul Lock Peak had a soul flag. However, this soul flag wasn't very powerful and the quality of the souls inside wasn't good. Wang Lin casually took it back. As for the bottom of the Soul Extracting Peak, there was nothing there. It was obvious that the soul flag had been taken away by someone many years ago. After doing all this, Wang Lin looked at the 9 golden rings and the 2 blood rings. His eyes flashed, and after a while, he revealed a strong look of determination. The final recovery of my origin soul will depend on today. Today, I'm going to challenge a soul transformation old monster of the soul refining sect. Only under the pressure of a soul transformation old monster that is several times stronger than the spirit vein can my origin soul recover. At that time, I'll use the star compass to escape. Even if a soul transformation old monster wants to chase me, they won't be able to. Wang Lin took a deep breath and revealed a hint of battle intent. His body moved and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the 9 light rings. At the same time, he held the 100,000 golden soul flag in his left hand and the restriction flag with 999 restrictions in his right. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin arrived next to the 9 golden rings. As soon as he arrived, Wang Lin waved the 2 soul flags in front of him. The soul flag in his left hand whistled, and a golden qilin flew out. Behind it were 9 black qilin demonic beasts. Behind them were countless soul fragments. In an instant, the entire soul refining sect was filled with soul fragments. The endless whistling became the only sound in the world at this moment. This was the first time Wang Lin used the 100,000 golden soul flag. Its power was beyond his imagination. The golden qilin let out a roar and charged toward the 9 golden rings. Boom, boom, boom. After several earth-shaking explosions, the golden qilin and the co-soul behind it collided with the golden rings. The 9 golden rings immediately shook and turned into 9 men and women of different ages. These 9 people were the 9 soul formation cultivators of the soul refining sect. After they appeared, they stared at the golden Shilin with shock and coldness in their eyes. The golden Shilin took 2 steps back. Its giant head shook and spat out 2 strands of black gas. Wang Lin jumped onto the head of the golden Shilin. The beast hesitated for a bit and didn't shake its head. Instead, it stared at the 9 people with a vicious gaze. "How dare you?" One of the 9 people was a middle-aged woman. Her appearance was ordinary, and her cultivation was at the early stage of soul formation. She stared at Wang Lin coldly and moved forward. She was about to attack. Wang Lin's gaze swept across her, and he shouted, "Scram!" A monstrous aura came out of Wang Lin's body. This aura was too strong, far beyond what the woman could endure. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation had recovered to the soul formation stage and was only missing a domain. However, he was Tsing Niu, who defeated Red Butterfly and became famous in Shizuku. His cultivation and knowledge were not something a normal cultivator could compare to. This woman was only at the early stage of soul formation. When he was at his peak, he could easily kill her. However, it wasn't difficult, and he killed many of them. Killing cultivators at the same level and not killing cultivators at the same level were 2 completely different things. At this moment, Wang Lin's shout and his monstrous aura caused the early-stage soul formation woman to take a few steps back. Her face was pale and filled with fear. She immediately became angry. Ever since she reached the soul formation stage, she had never been yelled at like this. However, she suppressed her anger and stared at Wang Lin with a cold smile. How could a soul formation cultivator be stupid? She knew that if this person dared to provoke her, he must have the ability to do so. Ignoring everything else, just the golden Shilin alone was not something she could deal with. Wang Lin stood on the head of the golden Shilin and slowly said, "The 9 of you, make way." One of the green-robed old men narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. He pointed at Wang Lin, and a ray of light appeared. The light turned into a chain and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved the restriction flag in his right hand, and countless amounts of restriction gas flew out. A black lance as thick as an arm formed before him. Wang Lin pointed at it, and the lance pierced the chains, causing the chains to shatter. The lance's momentum didn't slow down. It was as fast as lightning as it stabbed toward the old man. At the same time, Wang Lin waved the soul flag in his left hand, and the golden Shilin under him let out a roar. The 100,000 soul fragments charged at Wang Lin as he said, "Devour." From a distance, it looked like there was a giant tornado in the soul-refining sect. Just at this moment, an old voice came from the blood ring. "Little friend, the old man has been waiting for you." Chapter 390. As he spoke, a figure wearing a green robe with hair that reached his waist walked out of the blood ring. With one step, he arrived before Lu Ming. This person's robe was very large, and when he moved, it immediately opened up. This person's face was gray, and he looked very old, but his eyes were as bright as the moon. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and waved his hand. "The 9 of you, step down." With a wave of his hand, a powerful force flew out. The 9 soul formation cultivators all respectfully nodded and disappeared from the spot. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of battle intent. Although he couldn't see through this old man's cultivation level, he was certain that this old man was at the soul transformation stage. "Little friend Tsing Niu, the old man has been waiting for this day for 2 years." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a strange light in his eyes. Wang Lin immediately recognized that this was the same gaze he saw yesterday. Wang Lin wasn't surprised that the old man knew his identity. If Lu Mei could find this place, then it wasn't surprising that the soul-refining sect's soul transformation ancestor also knew. "Since we've met today, I'll give you a small share of the profits first. It won't be too late to discuss the details later." The old man took a deep look at Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he raised his right hand and pointed at the soul-refining mountain. His tone was no longer as gentle as it was when he talked to Wang Lin. Instead, it became fierce and filled with killing intent and coldness. He slowly said, "Junior Lu Mei, get out of the soul-refining sect within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, even if you're Rosefinch's disciple, the old man will still kill you. Scram! On top of the soul-refining mountain, Lume's beautiful figure slowly floated up. She looked at the old man with a pitiful expression and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior has an order from my master and has not angered you. Why do you have to do this?" Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he was quickly analyzing the situation in front of him. The old man calmly said, "6 breaths." Lume softly sighed and softly said, "Senior, if Junior returns like this, Master will definitely punish me. If Master asks, Junior can only tell him the truth." 4 breaths. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. His right hand reached out, and a 3-meter-tall flag appeared in his hand. This flag was only an illusion, but it contained an unimaginable amount of power. For the first time, Lume's expression changed greatly. The 1 billion soul flag. She stared at the old man and clenched her teeth. The old man didn't even look at where Lume disappeared to. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes revealed a mysterious light, and he smiled. "Little friend Sengyo, what do you think of this gift?" Lu's existence made Wang Lin felt like there was a thorn on his back, as if a poisonous snake was staring at him. Now that Lume was gone, this feeling disappeared. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. "This is a generous gift. Senior, you didn't hesitate to offend the kingdom of Rosefinch. I'm not happy about this, but rather afraid." The ancestor of the soul refining school in front of him was an interesting person. Wang Lin already knew that it was impossible for Lume to enter the soul refining school without this person's permission. However, this old man still didn't drive her away. Instead, he kicked Lume out of the soul refining sect right in front of Wang Lin. As a result, he was telling Wang Lin that the soul refining sect had shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhu Kz, and all of this was because of him. This wasn't a small gift. The old man laughed. "I wouldn't go so far as to offend the kingdom of Rosefinch. Rosefinch is old now, so he might not be able to make the entire kingdom of Rosefinch work for him." Wang Lin went silent for a while before looking at the old man. "Senior, please speak your mind." A look of admiration flashed across the old man's eyes. "There's no need to rush. That was only the first gift. Now, I will give you the second one. Sengyo, your soul is about to recover. Didn't you come to find the old man to borrow his spiritual aura to help your soul recover faster? The second gift from the old man is to help you recover your cultivation." With that, the old man didn't wait for Wang Lin to speak. His eyes flashed with a golden light as a spiritual aura that was countless times stronger than the spiritual vein suddenly appeared from his body and pressed down on Wang Lin. "Is it enough?" Wang Lin's body trembled. When this spiritual aura pressed down on him, he felt like he was being crushed by countless mountains. Crisp sounds came from his body as the gaps between the fragments of his soul slowly shrank. However, this speed was still too slow. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and said, "It's not enough." The old man's eyes shined with a strange light. His long hair moved without any wind and slowly floated up. His wide robe immediately expanded and emitted a series of sounds. Suddenly, a spiritual pressure that was 10 times stronger than before suddenly descended. Cracking sounds could be heard in the surrounding space. Cracks appeared and quickly spread in all directions. "How is it?" Wang Lin's clothes were soaked in blood from his pores. His eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his face were bulging. One of the 2 T marks quickly disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin could clearly feel the gaps between the fragments of his soul quickly closing. A small portion of them had already joined together and fused together. A comfortable feeling immediately spread out from within his body, alleviating the pressure from the spiritual pressure in his body. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's not enough." "Oh, okay, Sengyo, the old man hasn't used his soul transformation celestial spiritual energy for more than 200 years. The old man has put in a lot of effort for this second gift." The old man laughed and used the celestial spiritual energy in his body without hesitation. Suddenly, a pressure that was completely different from the spiritual aura from before descended. This pressure was filled with celestial spiritual energy. At this moment, It reminded Wang Lin of the feeling of the celestial realm collapsing. His body trembled, and his soul quickly connected. After 5 breaths of time, the last T mark on his face collapsed. At this moment, a roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. His eyes shined brightly like the sun in the night. All of the spiritual energy in his body suddenly moved through his body. His origin soul had completely recovered, and all kinds of soreness and numbness appeared in his body. However, the soreness quickly turned into a comfortable feeling, as if it had been restricted for a long time and was finally released. Wang Lin let out a long roar. His body trembled and Sun Tai's seal collapsed. His cultivation had once again recovered to the mid-stage of soul formation. In fact, it was even more powerful than before. Many thanks. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the old man and said seriously. The old man looked at Wang Lin, and the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. He laughed and said, "It's too early to thank me. The old man has prepared a 3rd gift for you. Do you dare to accept it?" Wang Lin took a deep breath. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he unknowingly had the aura of someone who looked down on the world. He smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" He knew that the ancestor of the soul refining sect had put in so much effort because he needed his help. However, he didn't think that the ancestor would need his help with anything with his soul transformation cultivation. Good. Sangyo, the 3rd gift from the old man, is to help you reach the peak of the late stage of soul formation. As for the domain, you'll have to comprehend it yourself. This is something that the old man can't help you with. As the old man spoke, he flew toward the blood ring in the distance. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before following closely behind. Outside of the blood ring, the old man made a grasping motion with his right hand. Instantly, the huge, 9-meter-tall soul flag appeared again. This time, it was still illusory. This is the treasure of the soul refining sect, the 1 billion soul flag. With this treasure, even though the old man is only at the late stage of soul transformation, he dares to fight against an ascendant cultivator. As for the reason, the old man will tell you later. You just need to remember that this treasure is the foundation of the soul refining sect. If this treasure exists, the soul refining sect will not be destroyed. If this treasure is destroyed, the soul refining sect will perish. Now, I will use the soul force inside this soul flag to help you reach the late stage of soul formation. The old man's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "Sit down in the lotus position." Wang Lin looked at the old man and sat down without a word. With the old man's cultivation, if he wanted to attack, there was no need for him to do all that. However, Wang Lin didn't let down his guard. If he felt something was wrong, he would immediately escape with the star compass. The 30-foot-tall soul flag in the old man's hand shook, and waves of roars and shouts came from it. Shortly after, human-shaped souls flew out one by one. In the blink of an eye, 10 souls flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. These 10 souls all gave off a golden-purple glow and were filled with a monstrous aura. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. These 10 souls were all equivalent to soul transformation cultivators. No wonder this flag can fight against an ascendant cultivator. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he understood something. The old man slowly said, "Little friend Sangyo, all the soul transformation cultivators on this flag are the ancestors of the soul refining sect. Every time a soul transformation ancestor dies, they will give up their body, give up their consciousness, and willingly sacrifice themselves to this flag. If one day the old man dies, you have to remember to take the old man's soul into this flag." The old man's last sentence was very strange, but it caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble, and he gained a hint of understanding. Just at this moment, the 10 soul transformation souls released a golden-purple glow. This light was so bright that it covered the entire world. Dense spiritual energy didn't even need Wang Lin to absorb it. It automatically spread out from the 10 soul fragments and formed a line of light that connected to Wang Lin's body. This line of light then entered Wang Lin's body. A strange scene appeared in the sky. A golden-purple ray of light appeared from the 10 souls, and the center of the ray of light was where Wang Lin was. The spiritual force inside Wang Lin's body increased at an unprecedented rate. In the blink of an eye, it was twice as much as before, and it didn't stop growing. It continued to grow. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, until it was 8 times, and it was still growing. Singyo, remember the old man's name, Du Tian. Absorb as much as you can. The old man won't be stingy. Double for the last day. Please get a monthly vote. Chapter 391. Du Tian. When Wang Lin heard these 2 words, his eyes narrowed. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He was focused on feeling the growth of his spirit force. Powerful spirit force rushed out from the 10 golden-purple soul fragments and entered Wang Lin's body. It flowed through his meridians. Wang Lin felt all the pores on his body open up, and the impurities hidden in the depths of his body were forced out. Bursts of light and agile feeling, like a gentle breeze in the spring, made people feel as if they were free from the dust of the world. Shortly after, Wang Lin felt that the spirit force in his body had reached a saturation point, and he couldn't absorb any more. Aside from his domain being at the mid-stage of soul formation, his spirit force had broken through to the late stage of soul formation. For Wang Lin, his domain was already very powerful. When he was at the mid-stage of soul formation, he could already fight against Red Butterfly, who was at the late stage of soul formation. Although his domain hadn't progressed, as his spirit force increased, his strength had increased. If he met Red Butterfly again, the battle would be countless times easier than it was back then. In his eyes, Red Butterfly was no longer a threat. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the golden-purple soul fragments and pondered. Du Tian looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Little friend Tsingyo, have you absorbed enough of the 3rd gift? Wang Lin pondered a bit. Ancestor Du Tian had given him 3 gifts, so his goal was not simple. However, since he had already accepted the gifts, he couldn't refuse. Wang Lin disdained going back on his word. However, with Wang Lin's personality, since he had decided to help, he naturally wouldn't let himself suffer a loss. Senior, I'll absorb as much as I can, right? Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at Ancestor Du Tian. Du Tian laughed and said, That's right. Little friend Tsangyo, the old man will not be stingy with the 3rd gift. Wang Lin nodded and closed his eyes. This little guy's body is full. Even if he absorbs, he can't absorb too much. For some reason, when Du Tian saw Wang Lin close his eyes, he had a bad feeling. Wang Lin closed his eyes and called out in his heart, Original body, let's absorb together. This call crossed the distance and crossed the border. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body suddenly opened his eyes in the valley outside of the immortal graveyard in Chu. The 2 purple stars on the original body's forehead continued to rotate and move. In truth, there is no longer a difference between the original body and the avatar. It could be said that the avatar was Wang Lin and the original body was Wang Lin. When the 2 fused together, they became the real Wang Lin. Through a mysterious connection, just like when Wang Lin's avatar's cultivation was wasted and his origin soul was destroyed, the original body was also seriously injured. At this moment, through this mysterious connection, a large amount of spiritual energy was being rapidly absorbed by the original body through Wang Lin's avatar. The original body's absorption was several times stronger than the avatar's. After all, the original body cultivated the real ancient god tactic, and the ancient god tactic which devoured spiritual energy to survive. The 10 golden purple souls around Wang Lin's avatar suddenly trembled, and a powerful suction force came from Wang Lin's avatar. Shortly after, the 10 golden purple souls became several times thicker and more spiritual energy rushed in. This was a huge change. At first, the golden purple souls were forcing spiritual energy into Wang Lin's avatar, but now Wang Lin was actively devouring spiritual energy. This change caused Du Tian's eyes to widen. His face twitched a few times and revealed a pained expression. 10 breaths of time. In just 10 breaths of time, more than half of the spiritual energy from the 10 golden purple souls had been absorbed. Du Tian's expression was very ugly. He wanted to stop this, but thinking about his words, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. With his cultivation, he could easily tell that this Tseng Nio had an avatar, and what he was doing right now was absorbing spiritual energy together with his avatar. The body of Chug's original body was filled with dense spiritual energy. Gradually, a crystalline light was emitted from his body, forming into strands of silk that wrapped around his body. A moment later, a huge crystalline cocoon appeared. The original body sat inside the cocoon, and one more star appeared on his forehead. The star slowly became more solid. Wang Lin wasn't a greedy person. At this moment, he opened his eyes and stopped absorbing spiritual energy. Du Tian let out a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the flag, and the 10 golden purple souls disappeared into it. Du Tian bitterly smiled at Wang Lin. He shook his head and said, "Little friend Tseng Nio, you're really impolite." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stood up and felt a large amount of spiritual energy in his body. He turned around and looked in the direction of Shuiyu with a cold gaze. Wang Lin's personality was quite extreme. If someone didn't provoke him, then he wouldn't provoke them. However, if someone attacked him, then he would retaliate 10 times, no, 100 times more. He was still someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Li Yuanfeng. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared as he looked at Du Tian. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for your 3 gifts. If there is anything you need, just say it. Junior will do his best." With Wang Lin's personality, for him to say these words meant that he was very grateful to Du Tian. Du Tian smiled. The unhappiness in his heart disappeared. He had done all of this just for Li Yuanfeng's words. "Little friend Tseng Nio, the old man has given you 3 gifts. Originally, if you hadn't come to the soul refining sect, I would have gone out to find you." Wang Lin looked at Du Tian and smiled. "Junior has already heard that I killed a soul formation cultivator from the soul refining sect. That's why Senior wants to find me." Du Tian shook his head and smiled. "This is a cover-up. If the old man goes to find you for no reason, it will attract attention. That's why I spread the news that you killed a soul formation cultivator from the soul refining sect. That way, the old man will have a reason to find you." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The fact that Du Tian was being so cautious and was looking for him was a bit unpredictable. Du Tian looked at Wang Lin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. After a while, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Little friend Tseng Nio, do you know why the country of Rosefinch has occupied Suzaku for countless years, but there are only 10 rank 5 cultivation countries left?" He didn't let Wang Lin answer. His eyes revealed a hint of helplessness as he said, "When the country of Rosefinch came to Suzaku, there were 6 sects in the country. The disciples of the 6 sects spread out to form the various cultivation countries on Suzaku. At the same time, the 6 sects gave the core disciples of the 6 sects a chance to form their own country with a rank 5 title. This was the first batch of rank 5 cultivation countries, and there were only 6 of them. My soul refining sect was one of them." Wang Lin's eyes were calm, and his expression didn't change. Du Tian raised his head to look at the sky and calmly said, "Things have changed in the blink of an eye. Time has passed in the blink of an eye. Over the countless years, every time a rank 5 cultivation country is about to break through, they're beaten back to their original state. The country of Suzaku will not allow a second rank 6 cultivation country to appear on planet Suzaku. My soul refining sect has had 3 chances to reach rank 6, but each time it was destroyed. Now we have lost our country and can only exist as a sect." Wang Lin pondered. Becoming a rank 6 cultivation country was the dream of the first-generation ancestor of the soul refining sect, and it is also the dream of everyone in the soul refining sect. Countless years ago, so long ago that there wasn't a single cultivator on Suzaku. At that time, the country of Rosefinch was only a rank 5 cultivation country on Planet 4 Saints. It took the combined efforts of the 6 major sects and countless hardships to become a rank 6 cultivation country. They escaped the shackles of Planet 4 Saints and were given Suzaku by the Cultivation Alliance. Back then, my soul refining sect had 3 ascendant cultivators, and the other 5 sects each had several ascendant cultivators. Back then, the country of Rosefinch was very powerful. Unfortunately, when we arrived on Shizuku, we found that it was not a good place to be. There was a strange race here that was good at using the power of tattoos. They were very powerful. It was a battle that lasted for countless years. It was during this battle that my soul-refining sect's 1 billion soul flag gained its power. Although we won in the end, Shizuku was badly damaged. The country of Rosefinch's power dropped greatly, and they lost many ascendant cultivators. It was because of this that after the 6 major sects became rank 5 cultivation countries, the first Rosefinch of Rosefinch established Mount Rosefinch as the central control point for all of Shizuku. After that, it became a nightmare for all rank 5 cultivation countries. The mission of every Rosefinch is to stop any rank 5 cultivation country from becoming a rank 6 cultivation country, because the country of Rosefinch still hasn't recovered from that war. The entire country of Rosefinch, only has 4 ascendant cultivators. How weak is it? He is afraid that the rank 5 cultivation countries will turn on him. He is afraid that Shizuku won't be safe. Wang Lin pondered a bit. After a while, he said, "Senior, what does all of this have to do with Junior? Junior is only a soul formation cultivator." Du Tian's eyes became serious. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Word for word, it has to do with me." "Oh." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Du Tian. Du Tian slowly said, "You are one of the 4 inheritors of Rosefinch that Yunk Zi chose." Yunk Zi? Wang Lin frowned. Du Tian waved his right hand, and an item appeared in his grasp. It was a wooden carving of a handsome man with a pair of bright eyes. "It's him." Wang Lin was startled, and his expression became strange. This wood carving was made by the sloppy old man that gave him the straw hat. That old man's cultivation level was very high, so Wang Lin finally had an answer. "He is Yunk Zi, Rosefinch's junior apprentice brother." Du Tian looked at the wood carving and sighed. "This wood carving was made by you, right? It really looks like Yunk Zi." Du Tian looked at the wood carving and said, "Did you give me 3 big gifts because of him?" Wang Lin's expression became even more strange. "A part of it." Du Tian raised his head, and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. Chapter 392. Even if Young personally sent me a message, if I don't like it, I'll just help you get rid of Lu Mei. I won't give you the other 2 gifts. Du Tian stared at Wang Lin, and the mysterious light in his eyes became even stronger. "Whether it's Tsang Niu or Wang Lin, little friend, ever since my soul refining sect came to Rosefinch, a total of 36 soul transformation cultivators have appeared. Their souls are all inside the soul flag, and I'm the 37th. My senior apprentice brother is the 36th. Wang Lin's expression changed as he raised his head to look at the 2 blood rings. Du Tian slowly said, "Little friend, there is no need to look. My senior apprentice brother died 2 years ago when his lifespan ran out. Not even Rosefinch knows about this in Shizuku." Wang Lin silently pondered. The mysterious light in Du Tian's eyes became even stronger as he stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Little friend, let me ask you, are you willing to join my soul refining sect and become the next leader of my soul refining sect? Are you willing to use your domain to make my soul refining sect a rank 6 cultivation country?" Wang Lin didn't immediately answer but asked, "Why me?" "Yunk is part of the reason, but the main reason is because of my senior apprentice brother, little friend Sengyo. My senior apprentice brother's domain doesn't have any attack power, but his domain is the only one in Shizuku. It's very rare, even on other cultivation planets." Du Tian's eyes revealed a hint of respect. His domain is foresight. He originally had 100 years left in his lifespan, but 2 years ago, my senior apprentice brother gave up his lifespan to use his domain to find a path for the future of my soul refining sect. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Wang Lin frowned and waited for Du Tian to continue. If Du Tian were to say that his senior apprentice brother had divined that Wang Lin was the future hope of the soul refining sect, Then Wang Lin wouldn't believe such nonsense. Du Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Lin. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he said, "Although my senior brother failed, you arrived at the soul refining sect the moment he died." Wang Lin was stunned. Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe it's just the old man's stubbornness. But the old man's lifespan is about to end, and I can't wait any longer. I can only gamble once. I bet that senior brother didn't fail to bring you here. There was a hint of bitterness in Du Tian's eyes. In his heart, he already knew that he was just lying to himself. The soul refining sect has no successor. With the soul banner in hand, I don't need to fear the vermilion bird. I can fight him, but if I die, the soul refining sect will be finished. The soul banner will definitely be taken by the vermilion bird. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Will you give me your soul banner? Without the soul banner, the soul refining school raised his head and said, "If I agree." Ancestor Du Tian nodded and said, "The day my lifespan ends is the day I give you the soul banner." Rank 6 cultivation country. Wang Lin shook his head and bitterly smiled. With Junior's cultivation level, this matter is too difficult. Du Tian let out a sigh and said, "Xingyo, I only have 10 years left to live. During these 10 years, I can guarantee your safety, but after 10 years, you'll have to rely on yourself. Remember my words, and remember that the soul refining sect has no ill intentions towards you. Instead, we gave you a soul scroll. That's enough." Wang Lin pondered. After a long time, he nodded. "I'll do my best." Du Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. He slapped his bag of holding, and a golden jade flew toward Wang Lin. "My soul refining sect doesn't have any complicated customs. This jade contains the soul sealing technique. This technique allows you to control the 1 billion soul flag. This is the core of my soul refining sect. From now on, you're the only core disciple of my soul refining sect." Wang Lin caught the jade, scanned it with his divine sense, and put it inside his bag of holding. Du Tian said, "After this matter is over, the old man will have to go into closed-door cultivation to prepare for his soul to enter the soul flag in 10 years. It is best if you don't go more than 5,000 kilometers away from the soul refining sect. If you encounter any danger, the old man won't be able to get there in time." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "No problem. If I didn't have the power to protect myself, I wouldn't be alive today. Senior can go into closed-door cultivation. Junior still has some private matters to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll rush back to the soul refining sect." Du Tian looked at Wang Lin and pondered a bit. He nodded and said, "Since you're determined, the old man won't say more. You can go." With that, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the blood ring. Wang Lin respectfully clasped his hands, turned around, and disappeared from the soul refining sect. In the night, Wang Lin's figure was like a meteor as he flew across the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shined brightly. He didn't completely believe what Du Tian said. After all, Wang Lin wasn't someone who had just entered the cultivation world, so he wouldn't believe in these kinds of things. With his age, he had experienced too many things, but this wasn't the time to make a conclusion. He would have to wait for Du Tian to give him the soul flag. Then he would be able to find out the truth. Li Yuan foamed. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes as he moved even faster. 2 years ago, Wang Lin almost died and his cultivation fell. Now that his cultivation had recovered, the first thing he wanted to do was kill Li Yuan foam. This Li Yuan foam is the weakest soul transformation cultivator, and my original body is a 3-star ancient god. If I fuse with my original body, I'll be able to fight him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he disappeared into the night. 1 month later, outside a valley in Chu, Zhou was playing with Little White. The Thunder Frog was lying on the ground, and Tai Yin was cultivating. His cultivation was very close to the soul formation stage, and he had gained a lot of enlightenment recently. He was on the verge of forming his own domain. Suddenly, the Thunder Toad opened its eyes and looked outside the valley with its huge eyes. A young man in white walked into the valley with a smile on his face. The ascendant domain from the pagoda didn't affect him at all. Zhou rubbed her eyes and immediately let out a cheer. She jumped off Little White and ran toward Wang Lin. She shouted with joy, "Uncle, uncle!" Wang Lin laughed as he hugged little Zhou. He looked at Tai Yin and respectfully said, "Greetings, benefactor. Tai Yin, you're about to reach the soul formation stage. Go to the capital of Chu and find a place to live. Within 3 years, you'll definitely reach the soul formation stage," Wang Lin said. Tai Yin's face was expressionless, but his hands were trembling as he whispered, "Really? Okay." With that, he took a deep look at Zhou and then looked around. He clenched his teeth and disappeared. "Uncle, where's the big tiger? Where's the big tiger you promised me before you left?" Zhou hugged Wang Lin and happily asked. Little White's ears perked up. At this moment, he couldn't help but become excited. He thought, this Tiger Lord's bitter days are finally coming to an end. That little devil should be able to let me go with a new pet. Thinking about the beautiful life in the future and the tigresses he hadn't seen in a long time, Little White couldn't help but become excited. Big Tiger. Wang Lin rubbed his nose. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. He had experienced too much on this trip. Zhou pouted and said, "Uncle, when you left, you said you wouldn't forget." Hearing this, Little White's vision darkened. The excitement in his heart immediately turned into smoke, and he couldn't help but sigh at how his life was too complicated. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and rubbed Zhou head. "Okay, Uncle is back this time. I'll take you somewhere. When the time comes, I'll catch a big tiger for you." Zhou was still a child. Hearing that they were going to leave, she happily said, "Where are we going?" "Uncle, do you want to take me out to play?" Uncle is going to find an old friend. A trace of killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. Little White was startled, and hope rose in his heart again. This time, his hope was even greater than before. He thought to himself, "These two devils are going to leave. Once they leave, I will immediately be free." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become even more excited. Little Ru'er entered the pagoda. "This trip is too far away. Your safety inside will be guaranteed. Be obedient," Wang Lin said. Zhou quickly nodded obediently. Her eyes were filled with excitement. When she heard that she could go out, she was extremely happy. "Little White, come with me." Little White let out a sorrowful roar. The hope in his heart was shattered once again. He lowered his head and reluctantly looked at the forest in the distance. It was as if there were a few tigresses waiting for him there. In the end, under Zhou's patting, he entered the pagoda with her. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the pagoda. The pagoda quickly shrank and landed in his hand. He carefully put it away. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stomped on the ground with his right foot. A powerful force came from underground, and at the same time, his original body inside the cocoon suddenly opened its eyes. With one move, it broke out of the cocoon and charged out from underground. On his forehead, there were 3 purple stars that were constantly rotating and emitting a demonic light. His original body appeared in front of Wang Lin. The two of them looked at each other, and their bodies moved at the same time. In an instant, they fused together and became one person. This was the real Wang Lin. His original body was refining on the outside, and his avatar was refining on the inside. A wild aura filled with pressure slowly spread out from his body. At this moment, the sky dimmed and lightning crackled. Bean-sized drops of rain fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a rustling sound. Within the rain, Wang Lin was like a demon god as he looked in the direction of Shuiyu. Shuiyu's Li Yuanfeng, the giant demon clan ancestor, and Sun Tai, who took advantage of the opportunity to seal me. Now that I, Wang Lin, have recovered my cultivation, I, Wang Lin, will find all of you for what you did. The first person I'll take revenge on is Li Yuanfeng. Let's see if your forced cultivation to the soul transformation stage is stronger, or if my original body and my avatar are stronger. Chapter 393. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. He pointed at his brow, and the heaven-defying bead slowly flew out. His eyes flashed, and he patted his bag of holding. Suddenly, a green crystal the size of a fist appeared in his hand. This was the half of the wood spirit that Wang Lin stole from Elder Rosefinch during the battle with Red Butterfly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The heaven-defying bead only needs the metal spirit and a part of the wood spirit to be complete. According to what Situ Nan said, once the 5 elements are complete, the bead will recognize its master. That day will come soon. Wang Lin placed the wood spirit crystal on the heaven-defying bead. The moment the two touched, the wood spirit crystal melted and was absorbed into the heaven-defying bead. In the blink of an eye, the leaf patterns on the heaven-defying bead began to change strangely. They bloomed one by one until they were complete. Only the metal spirit is missing. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He looked in the direction of Shui Yu and said to himself, "Let's put the metal spirit aside for now. Li Yuanfeng, I Wang Lin am coming." He put away the heaven-defying bead and jumped on the Thunder Frog's head. He smiled and said, "Old friend, let's go." The Thunder Toad cheered and stomped on the ground. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the ground. The Thunder Toad's body was like a meteor that shot out from the ground and instantly soared into the sky. Wang Lin laughed. He patted his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast flew out. As soon as it appeared, it roared and tried to stab the Thunder Frog. The Thunder Frog rolled its eyes and stuck out its tongue to play with the mosquito beast. Wang Lin sat on the Thunder Frog's back and watched the two beasts play. He smiled. He looked in the direction of Shui Yu. His smile didn't change, but it was fake. Shui Yu. The originally green land of the Four-Sect Alliance was now filled with white light, turning into a snowy plain. The sunlight shone on the snow on the ground, emitting a blinding light. If one stared at it for too long, one's eyes would tear up from the stinging pain, and it was common for one to go blind. The mortals living in Shui Yu had their own ways of protecting their eyes. As Shui Yu rose to the 5th level, the entire country became more and more prosperous. In the center of Shui Yu, there was a shrine of ice and snow. This was the most sacred place in Shui Yu. The only soul transformation cultivator in the country, Li Yuanfeng, cultivated here all year round. Ever since he was injured by Sun Tai's celestial thunder, Li Yuanfeng's recovery had been slow. After all, he had forcefully advanced to the infant transformation stage, and his body's cultivation level was not stable. It was already fortunate that his cultivation level did not drop. Within the Shrine of Ice, Li Yuanfeng was surrounded by several huge blocks of ice, emitting waves of immortal qi. This was still not enough for Li Yuanfeng. In the past 2 years, he'd sent people to Rosefinch Mountain many times to contact Red Butterfly with the intention of obtaining some immortal jade from her to heal his injuries. However, he was refused every single time. Li Yuanfeng didn't understand. As time passed, he became suspicious and couldn't help but feel resentful. After all, the reason he was injured was because he killed Sung Yo. All of this was because of Red Butterfly. In these 2 years, his injuries were gradually suppressed. According to his calculations, he still needed around a year to fully recover. At the border of Shui Yu, a young man in white slowly walked in. He looked at Shui Yu, and his eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. The Four-Sect Alliance, sighed Wang Lin. His body moved, and he disappeared. The capital of Shui Yu was the capital of the Four-Sect Alliance. There was a street here where Wang Lin had left his mark for decades. On this day, Wang Lin appeared on this street. He looked around at the familiar scene and couldn't help but think of Dainyu and his father. After a long time, his eyes revealed a trace of sadness, and he walked far away. Within the Shrine of Ice, Li Yuanfeng was meditating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing a gleam of light. He raised his head and looked outside the shrine. Li Yuanfeng. At this moment, on the bluestone plaza outside the main hall, the cold wind whistled past, sweeping up layers of snowflakes that drifted in all directions. As the cold snow fluttered in the air, an illusory figure slowly walked over. The figure became more and more solid until it was 100 feet away from the gate. Wang Lin's figure appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression was cold and his eyes were calm. His gaze fell on the shocked Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Lin. After a while, he gloomily said, "Sang Niu, His expression was calm, but he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He didn't think that Seng, who was clearly injured by his domain, would recover in just 2 short years. Moreover, from the looks of it, Seng cultivation had broken through the mid-stage of soul formation and reached the late stage of soul formation. 2 years of time was like the blink of an eye for cultivators. How could Li Yuanfeng not be shocked that Seng could reach such an inconceivable step in such a short period of time? Just at this moment, 3 figures quickly appeared in the shrine and stood between Li Yuanfeng and Wang Lin. The 3 of them were all old people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the old men shouted, "How dare you intrude into my Shui shrine of ice and snow?" Seng. The old woman's gaze was cold as she stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took a step forward. With a boom, countless cracks appeared where Wang Lin stepped. The cracks rapidly spread forward and reached the shrine in the blink of an eye. "Break," Wang Lin softly said. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, half of the shrine collapsed and turned into dust. The 3 old men's expressions changed greatly. They were pushed back by a powerful force. One of the old men revealed a look of disbelief as he stared at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "Could it be that you've reached this soul transformation stage?" Wang Lin didn't even look at the 3 of them. His gaze was fixed on Li Yuanfeng. His body moved forward like lightning as he charged toward Li Yuanfeng. The 3 old men immediately shouted and appeared in front of Wang Lin in an attempt to stop him. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of one of the old men. His right fist landed directly on the old man's chest. Bang! The old man's chest caved in, and he coughed out blood. His body flew far away like a meteor, and he died. Even his origin soul didn't have time to leave his body and was destroyed. This was the power of the original body and the avatar fusing. A mid-stage soul formation cultivator was killed by 1 attack. The other 2 old men immediately stopped. Wang Lin didn't even look at the other 2. He took another step forward and walked toward Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng's expression was gloomy. His hand formed a seal and pointed at the 8 blocks of ice around him. The 8 blocks of ice immediately moved and wrapped around his body to form a protective barrier. Wang Lin coldly snorted and his fist landed on the block of ice. Bang! Bang! A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out across half of Shuiyu. Cracks immediately appeared on the ice around Li Yuanfeng, shattering into countless ice shards that scattered in all directions. The tremendous impact immediately caused half of the shrine of ice to completely collapse. Li Yuanfeng's figure suddenly charged out from the ice and floated in the air. His hair moved without any wind as he stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Seng, you're dead for sure today." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Li Yuanfeng. He calmly said, "Today I'm going to refine your soul." Li Yuanfeng's hand formed a seal, and he suddenly pointed forward. Suddenly, a giant T-mark appeared before him. He let out a roar and pushed forward. The T-mark immediately fell toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched out, colliding with the T-mark. Bang! The T-mark collapsed, and Li Yuanfeng's body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force. He was forced back dozens of meters. His face was gloomy and filled with shock. Wang Lin's body was forced back 3 steps. Each step caused countless cracks to appear on the ground. The battle between the 2 of them had already attracted the attention of all the cultivators in Shuiyu. Not counting the old man and the 2 people who were still alive, there were a total of 17 soul formation cultivators that were rushing over from all directions at an extremely fast speed. To them, Li Yuanfeng was the sect master of Shuiyu. With him here, Shuiyu is a rank 5 country. Once he died, Shuiyu wouldn't be able to produce another soul transformation cultivator in a short period of time. What awaited Shuiyu was the danger of falling. In the blink of an eye, all the soul formation cultivators arrived. Without a word, they took out their treasures and were about to attack. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, and he only said one word, "Scram." The word was spoken. It was weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it exploded like thunder in spring, bringing with it countless echoes. It was like the wrath of the heavens had descended from the sky. Scram, 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 scram. This voice shook the heavens and earth. This was the voice of an ancient god, the anger of an ancient god. This was the first time Ji-shun had roared at full power. The clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared at that moment, and countless spatial cracks appeared as if they were about to collapse. At this moment, the earth was like a piece of paper being torn apart by a pair of giant hands. Cracking sounds could be heard, and bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. The sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. The soul formation cultivators who were about to attack felt as if their bodies had been struck by a powerful force. In the blink of an eye, they coughed up blood and quickly retreated. Their faces were pale, and they didn't dare to attack again. The power of one word. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The fusion of his avatar and original body created mutation. This kind of mutation had never happened before. At this moment, he could be said to be a late-stage soul formation cultivator who had mastered the domain of life and death. He could also be said to be a late-stage soul formation cultivator with the body of a late-stage soul formation cultivator who had mastered the domain of life and death. Li Yuanfeng's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Wang Lin. For the first time, he considered this person to be his opponent. The power of one word just now was no weaker than a soul transformation cultivator. Chapter 394. Li Yuanfeng took a deep breath and slowly said, "Tsing Yo, don't let bystanders get involved in our battle. All of you, retreat 10,000 miles away. You're not allowed to enter." The soul formation cultivators of Shui, you all retreated. They had come with great arrogance, but now they were retreating with fear. This clear contrast filled many people's hearts with bitterness and fear towards Wang Lin. The power of one word was equivalent to that of a soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin's body moved. He took a step forward, and his entire body flew into the air. He threw a punch at Li Yuanfeng. Before the punch arrived, the sound of it piercing through the air could be heard. "Li Yuanfeng, let's settle the matter from 2 years ago." Wang Lin let out a cold roar as he arrived before Li Yuanfeng, and his fist smashed down. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were gloomy, and he retreated. He slapped his bag of holding, and a small, palm-sized drum appeared in his hand. When he touched it, the drum let out a series of thumping sounds. This sound was very strange. It didn't sound like a drum, but more like the beating of a heart. Wang Lin immediately felt that his heart was being pulled by a strange force. His expression was calm, and his eyes were cold. He let out a light snort, and his right fist didn't stop. Li Yuanfeng's expression changed. The sound of the drum became even louder and faster. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the strange force that was pulling the heartbeat collapsed. His fist landed on the drum. Boom! Li Yuanfeng retreated again. The small drum shattered, turning into ashes and dispersing. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he pressed forward. "Li Yuanfeng, is this the power of a soul transformation cultivator?" asked Wang Lin coldly as he chased. Li Yuanfeng stared at Wang Lin and let out a roar as he retreated. His hands formed a seal, and he suddenly pressed them against his chest. A crystal light came out of his mouth. The crystal light suddenly grew and turned into an ice giant about 30 feet tall. Li Yuanfeng's body moved, and he disappeared inside the ice giant. The giant roared. His voice pierced through the heavens and reverberated in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This giant looked almost the same as the magic treasure that Red Butterfly had used in the past, but it was slightly smaller. With a loud roar, he took a step forward and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes glittered with a strange light. His ancient god fleshly body was so powerful that it had only been slightly defeated by the emissary of the heavenly Tao. Now that he was facing this giant, Wang Lin laughed heartily and charged forward to meet the giant head-on. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists colliding rang out continuously. As the two of them fought, the ground began to crack, and the number of cracks in the sky grew. It seemed as though the sky was about to collapse. With every punch, Wang Lin's eyes grew colder. The physical body of a 3-star ancient god was incredibly strong. He did not even feel pain. Every punch only caused him a slight itch. On the other hand, every time Li Yuanfeng punched the giant, fine cracks would appear on his body. Every time he punched the giant, he would roar angrily and retreat. Li Yuanfeng, today you will die. Wang Lin threw out a punch. Bang! Li Yuanfeng retreated again. More and more cracks appeared on his body. Break! Wang Lin shouted as his body smashed into the giant's chest. Cracking sounds came from the giant's body as pieces of ice fell and completely collapsed. Li Yuanfeng coughed out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out. His eyes were red as he stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Sang Niu, if it wasn't for the fact that the old man's injuries haven't healed, how could I let you humiliate me like this? Forget it, the old man will kill you even if my cultivation level falls." Soul transformation cultivators had celestial energy aside from their domains. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were gloomy and his hands formed a seal. Suddenly, a mysterious force spread out from his body and tea leaves appeared around Li Yuanfeng. These tea leaves were crystal clear and a mysterious aroma spread out. Domain materialization. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he was hit by Li Yuanfeng's tea leaves, he had a thought. Soul transformation cultivators should be able to materialize their domains. Now that he saw Li Yuanfeng's domain attack, his guess was confirmed. In reality, the reason he was looking for Li Yuanfeng was for revenge, but the other reason was that Wang Lin was preparing himself to reach the soul transformation stage. At his cultivation level, comprehending the heavens was one of the methods, but fighting against soul transformation cultivators was also a way for him to comprehend more. Aside from this, there was another reason why Wang Lin came to Shuiyu. It was to find clues about the figure that claimed to be Situ Nan's arm. Staring at the tea domain around Li Yuanfeng, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His ancient god body's origin soul immediately spread out to connect with the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the sky that Li Yuanfeng had locked down was torn open by a pair of invisible hands. A gray light came out from the hole. More and more gray light appeared. Eventually, a huge scroll painting that took up most of the sky appeared. Life and Death Reincarnation Scroll. The avatar and original body fused. Does that mean the domain also changed? Wang Lin thought back to when he fought against the heavens and the reincarnation scroll. A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, 3 stars that had disappeared after fusing quickly appeared between his eyebrows and started to spin rapidly. Then, a huge figure slowly appeared behind him. This figure's head reached the sky and its feet were on the ground. After it appeared, it reached out its hands and grabbed the life and death reincarnation scroll in the sky. This strange scene stunned Li Yuanfeng. He stared at the sky and was speechless for a long time. Although he already knew that Sang Niu's domain was life and death, when he saw the giant figure, his heart couldn't help but be shaken. What kind of domain is this? Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't think that the ancient god's image and the avatar's domain could be fused like this. He pointed at Li Yuanfeng. The huge phantom in the sky shook the scroll in its hand, and suddenly a gray gas spread out from it, forming a translucent phantom that looked like a messenger of the heavens. The phantom's face couldn't be seen clearly, and its entire body was made of gray gas. After it appeared, it immediately flew down and rushed toward Li Yuanfeng. A sense of danger rose in Li Yuanfeng's heart like when he was being chased by Sun Tai. Without any hesitation, he shouted, "Tea domain!" Suddenly, the tea marks around him became larger and larger. They turned into tea flowers that rotated around him. The strange fragrance became stronger and stronger. The illusion of the gray gas suddenly closed in and collided with the tea marks. Without a sound, the illusion dissipated, but the tea marks also collapsed. This collapse was completed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the tea marks around Li Yuanfeng disappeared as if they were never there. The domain that surrounded him also disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Wang Lin felt his origin soul weaken, as if some kind of power had been sucked away. The life and death reincarnation scroll in the sky disappeared along with the giant figure. Li Yuanfeng's face was pale. His body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. You're not at the late stage of soul formation. Your domain has already reached the soul transformation stage. Li Yuanfeng stared at Wang Lin. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with madness. Celestial spiritual energy. Li Yuanfeng ignored his suppressed injuries and activated his celestial spiritual energy. A celestial spiritual energy crystal appeared in his hand, and slivers of celestial spiritual energy flowed through his body like crazy. Being able to absorb and use celestial spiritual energy was the standard for a soul transformation cultivator. At this moment, Li Yuanfeng activated all the celestial spiritual energy in his body, and a powerful pressure spread out from his body. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding, and the soul flag appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, countless soul fragments flew out and formed a dense black gas before him. At the same time, the restriction flag appeared in his hand. As he waved it, strands of restriction gas appeared. From a distance, it looked like Wang Lin was surrounded by black fog, making him look like a tornado. Li Yuanfeng stared at Wang Lin and revealed a grin. His hand formed a seal, and balls of ice the size of a fist appeared around him. This was a very simple spell. Almost every cultivator in Shuiyu knew it. However, at this moment, those ice balls contained the power to destroy the world. Xing Niu, accept your death. Li Yuanfeng roared and pushed his hands forward. The balls of ice around him shook and flew toward Wang Lin. As soon as the soul and forbidden aura touched the ice sphere, they didn't slow down at all. They quickly dissipated into wisps of green smoke. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could feel that these balls of ice contained celestial spiritual energy, but there wasn't much of it. Let's see how strong these balls of ice with a sliver of celestial spiritual energy are. His body moved like lightning, and he charged out of the black fog. He let out a roar, and his right fist collided with one of the balls of ice. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed throughout Shuiyu, and even the neighboring countries felt the sound of an explosion. The ground of Shuiyu started to crack, and the thick layer of snow started to collapse. Wang Lin quickly retreated. His right fist was slightly trembling, and a layer of frost appeared on his fist, but quickly disappeared. When I reach the soul transformation stage, I will be able to control celestial spiritual energy. With celestial spiritual energy in the soul flag, the power of the soul fragments will increase greatly. At the same time, the restriction flag will contain celestial spiritual energy. These two treasures will be countless times more powerful than before. If I add celestial spiritual energy into the celestial sword, it will be extremely powerful. It will be a world of difference compared to before. At this moment, Wang Lin looked forward to reaching the soul transformation stage. His eyes shined brightly. Xing Niu Dai. Li Yuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and his veins were popping out. His body was trembling, a sign that he had overdrafted his celestial spiritual energy. After all, he hadn't reached the soul transformation stage by himself, so the amount of celestial spiritual energy he could use was too little. Chapter 395. The moment Wang Lin retreated, the remaining balls of ice whistled through the air and smashed into him one after another. Bang! Bang! The balls of ice smashed into Wang Lin. He quickly threw out a punch, but there were too many balls of ice. The power of each punch created an earth-shattering roar. The ground of Shuiyu was once again covered in countless cracks. Li Yuanfeng's expression was ferocious, and he shouted, Xing Niu Dai. Wang Lin's body smashed into the ground like a meteor under the bombardment of the giant ball of ice. A giant pit appeared on the ground. A sliver of green smoke came out from the crater and was blown away by the wind. However, not only did Li Yuanfeng's expression not relax, it became even more gloomy. The soul transformation spell is indeed mysterious, but the amount of celestial spiritual energy inside your balls of ice is simply too little. A cold voice came from the crater, and Wang Lin's figure slowly floated out. His clothes were a bit tattered, but his eyes were bright. Li Yuanfeng's expression was ugly as he stared at Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding, taking out a pair of bronze bells. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bronze bells. The moment Wang Lin saw the bronze bells, he immediately recognized them. They were the treasures of the person called Situ Nan. His eyes lit up. Li Yuanfeng's hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Seal!" The two bronze bells immediately grew larger, and the symbols on them shined brightly. They absorbed all of the essence blood Li Yuanfeng spat onto them. Cracks appeared on the bronze bells, and two withered arms appeared. A thick black fog was emitted from these two arms. This black fog contained an extremely cold aura, and it spread wildly in all directions. Li Yuanfeng's expression was ferocious and filled with madness. These two bronze bells were his last treasures. Ever since he obtained them many years ago, he had been refining them with his origin soul. Now, he could control them as he pleased. "Break!" As Li Yuanfeng shouted, he pointed at Wang Lin with his right hand. The black fog on the two withered arms began to boil, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into two figures completely formed by the black fog. The faces of these two figures could not be seen clearly. At this moment, they moved, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Wang Lin. Before they even arrived, the cold air that they exuded had already hit him in the face. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. Before, he was at the mid-stage of soul formation and hadn't fused with his original body, so he wasn't a match for this black shadow. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. He charged forward and swung his fists. Bang! Bang! With two loud sounds, the two shadows formed by the black fog immediately let out muffled groans. The black fog seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind as it scattered backwards, revealing two severed arms. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward twice. Suddenly, two rays of spiritual energy flew out and surrounded the severed arms. "Seal!" Wang Lin shouted. The spiritual energy immediately turned into chains and locked the severed arms. The two severed arms immediately began to struggle, but Wang Lin's hands moved. The restriction flag and soul flag flew out and landed around the severed arms. Wang Lin shouted again, "Seal!" The two flags trembled, forming a black and purple fog that completely surrounded the severed arms. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and two bells flew out. With a point, they immediately grew larger and fell from the sky to cover the severed arms. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Yuanfeng's face was pale, and he turned around to escape without a word. How could Wang Lin let him escape? Using the speed of his ancient god body, he arrived in front of Li Yuanfeng. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly, and his right hand shot out. Bang! Li Yuanfeng coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a meteor. Wang Lin took another step and appeared in front of Li Yuanfeng. He let out a roar, and his fist landed again. This time, Li Yuanfeng coughed out another mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the sky. Instantly, a huge crater appeared within a radius of 1,000 feet around him. Li Yuanfeng coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dim, but there was still a trace of viciousness in them. "Old man, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me," Li Yuanfeng shouted. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body emitted a crazed, destructive aura. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "Soul, transformation, self-destruct. Li Yuanfeng, if you self-destruct, I can tear open a spatial rift and escape. However, the entire Shui will be buried with you. The person you find to drag down with you is not me, but the entire country of Shui." As he spoke, his right hand grasped the air and a spatial rift appeared. Waves of destructive wind blew out of it, but to Wang Lin, this wind had no effect on him. Li Yuanfeng's eyes revealed a look of struggle. Although he was selfish, he was born in Shuiyu and was a citizen of Shuiyu. He had deep feelings for Shuiyu. After a while, he let out a bitter laugh and gave up on self-destructing. Sung Yo was right. Whether or not his self-destruction would harm his opponent was another matter. However, Shuiyu would definitely disappear from Shizuku. He stared at Wang Lin, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "Sangyo, the old man is lost, but this has nothing to do with Shuiyu. Don't be so ruthless. If you agree, the old man is willing to let you do whatever you want of him." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He waved his right hand, and the soul extraction technique appeared. It turned into a ray of light that landed between Li Yuanfeng's eyebrows. Li Yuanfeng didn't resist. He let out a sigh, looked at the familiar surroundings, and closed his eyes. "Soul extraction," whispered Wang Lin. Suddenly, Li Yuanfeng's body began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had become a bag of bones. A golden-purple light flew out from between Li Yuanfeng's eyebrows. "Soul transformation cultivator." Wang Lin's eyes became serious as his hand reached out and grabbed the soul fragment. He sealed it and put it inside his bag of holding. The ambitious Li Yuanfeng had died, just like that. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He raised his head and looked at the two arms that were being controlled by the bells and flags. Then his body moved, and he flew into the air. At that moment, all the soul transformation cultivators of Shui had seen the battle with their divine sense. They had personally witnessed Li Yuanfeng's death. A wave of grief and anger filled their hearts. Wang Lin's divine sense swept across Shuiyu, and he sent out a message. From today onwards, Shuiyu will not allow cultivators above the soul transformation stage to exist. No cultivation sects will be allowed to exist. Otherwise, I will come again. Wang Lin's domain moved, and the life and death scroll appeared in the sky again. Wang Lin pointed at it, and more than 10 strands of gray gas flew out. They entered the bodies of all the soul transformation cultivators of Shuiyu. Seal. With one word, all the soul transformation cultivators' cultivation levels were sealed by Wang Lin's domain, just like how Li Yuanfeng sealed Wang Lin back then. There were 2 marks left on each of the soul transformation cultivators' foreheads. One mark was light, and one mark was heavy. It represented life and death. Their cultivation levels had plummeted. After doing all of this, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast flew out. The mosquito beast carried him off into the distance and disappeared over the horizon. After this battle, the rumor that Sangyo had disappeared and reappeared spread across Shizuku. Sangyo became the #1 cultivator under the soul transformation stage. Many people even believed that Sangyo had reached the soul transformation stage. No one doubted Sangyo's strength. He defeated soul transformation Li Yuanfeng, sealed the country's soul transformation cultivators, and forced a rank 5 cultivation country to drop 2 ranks to become a rank 3 cultivation country. This matter caused everyone who knew about it to be shocked, and their faces to turn pale. At this moment, in an alley in a small town in a rank 3 cultivation country sat an old man. Before him was a small basin with some copper coins inside. This old man's body was very messy, and his hair was disheveled. Next to him stood a person. This person had a wide face and big ears. His appearance was very strange. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this person. This Sangyo is very powerful to be able to kill a soul transformation cultivator. He is not simple. The old man really did have good eyes back then. Haha. The old man rubbed his chin. He looked at the person beside him and said, "Sangyo helped you raise Shuiyu to a rank 3 cultivation country, so you should help him too. Go and meet that Lu Mei. Wear my straw hat so that even if you can't beat her, you can still escape. Let's see how powerful that junior's 1,000 illusion ruthless domain has become." The person with the wide face and big ears respectfully nodded. He looked toward Shuiyu and revealed a look of reminiscence and melancholy. After the person left, the old man stood up. He picked up the copper coins one by one and said, "There's still 12 years left. Son of Rosefinch, the old man made a bet with you. The loser will be punished for 1,000 years. There's still 12 years left before the old man's punishment ends." He took a deep breath, moved his body, and disappeared on the spot. What a headache. Out of the 4 people the old man chose, this ZXIN is the most troublesome. Why did she have to mess with that Sengyo? She was thrown into a rift in space and had to be rescued by the old man. If it wasn't for the fact that this girl is Qian Feng's Dao heart, the old man wouldn't have bothered to save her. Qian Feng. Qian Feng. Alas, this child is the most talented person the old man has seen in his life. Even Red Butterfly is a level below him. The battle between Xingniu and Li Yuanfeng had spread across planet Shizuku. To be able to cause a rank 5 cultivation country to drop to a rank 3 cultivation country, this kind of big news was something everyone knew about. At this moment, on Mount Rosefinch in Rosefinch, Qian Feng crushed the sound transmission jade in his hand. His eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, "Xingniu, killing Li Yuanfeng isn't a big deal. He is just a piece of trash that forced his way up. If you can kill the giant demon clan ancestor, then you will barely be qualified to be my opponent." Behind him, Red Butterfly stood quietly. Her eyes were lifeless. Qian Feng turned around and looked at Red Butterfly. He let out an evil smile and said, "Heartless, do you want to fight this Sangyo again? This was your biggest wish before your origin soul was destroyed." Chapter 396. While the rumor of Sangyo's battle with Shuiyu spread throughout Shizuku, Sangyo disappeared once again. After Wang Lin left Shuiyu, he immediately found a quiet place. He took the 2 sealed arms and entered the heaven-defying bead. He was currently standing under Situ Nan's nascent soul. The moment he arrived, he unsealed the 2 arms. The moment the seal was unsealed, the 2 arms floated into the air and hovered around Situ Nan's nascent soul. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him with a serious expression. He had guessed before that these 2 arms were Situ Nan's body, but now he was even more certain. For the first time in hundreds of years, Situ Nan's nascent soul trembled. Shortly after, a crystal light came out from the nascent soul and surrounded the arms. Slowly, the severed arm moved closer to the nascent soul and finally disappeared into the nascent soul. Wang Lin could clearly feel that Situ Nan's nascent soul was recovering at a very fast rate. It slowly went from a semi-transparent state to a solid state. After a while, the crystal light dissipated and everything returned to normal. Situ Nan's nascent soul was completely solid, but it still hadn't awakened. Back then, Situ Nan said that only when I reach the soul transformation stage will I have the power to wake him up. He didn't say much back then, but now it seems like it has something to do with celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at Situ Nan's nascent soul and then at his parents' souls. He stared at them for a long time and bitterly said, "Father, Mother, I should have sent you into the reincarnation cycle, but I don't want to after a long time." Wang Lin let out a sigh, turned around, and left the heaven-defying bead. That broken arm really was Situ Nan's body. I just don't know if there are other parts of his body on Shizuku. Wang Lin walked out of the heaven-defying bead and looked into the distance. That was where the giant demon clan was. I have already checked Li Yuanfeng's soul. He only found these 2 arms by chance. There are no other clues. Wang Lin shook his head, took a step forward, and disappeared. The celestial sword is in the hands of the giant demon clan ancestor. I must get it back. In the past, Sun Tai fought against the giant demon ancestor. In the end, the giant demon ancestor used his innate talent to defeat Sun Tai, but in the end, he was injured by one of Sun Tai's puppets. No one knew if he was dead or alive. However, even if this person didn't die, he would definitely need to find a new body after losing his physical body. The time it takes to adapt to a new body can be long or short. I wonder if this person has completely adapted to it. Wang Lin took a step and appeared outside an ancient transportation array. The giant demon clan ancestor is different from Li Yuanfeng. Li Yuanfeng forcibly reached the soul transformation stage, but the giant demon clan ancestor relied on his own cultivation to reach the soul transformation stage. Also, the giant demon clan's fighting style is similar to that of the ancient gods. I fear the giant demon clan ancestor has some connection to the ancient gods. If that's the case, I don't have the confidence to fight him. Wang Lin frowned and stopped outside the transfer array. He didn't move forward. This transfer array had a node that led to the giant demon clan. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and he began to ponder. None of this is important. The most important thing is that the giant demon clan ancestors' innate talent even made Sun Tai, who is at the mid-stage of soul transformation, worry. In the end, Sun Tai was sucked into the vortex. As a result, my confidence in fighting the giant demon clan ancestor is even lower. Should I fight or not? Wang Lin rarely hesitated outside the transfer array. If I fight, the outcome will be uncertain. If I don't fight, I'll miss the best opportunity to kill this person. If I wait for him to completely possess me and then kill him, who knows how long it will take. Also, this person is eager to kill me because of the giant demon clan member that saw the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin had lived for 500 years. No matter how stupid a person was, they would still be smart. Not to mention, not only was he not stupid, he was very smart. After 500 years, he was able to see things even more clearly. Combining all the clues, when he woke up 2 years ago, he had already seen through the cause of the matter. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the ancient transfer array. He took out a celestial jade and placed it in the eye of the transfer array. An illusion suddenly appeared before him with more than 10 dots of light flashing on it. Wang Lin touched one of the dots of light with his right hand. The illusion disappeared and the transfer array opened. Wang Lin's figure slowly disappeared as the rings of light shined. In the northern part of the continent of Rosefinch, an ancient transfer array in the country of Bishing was shining brightly. After the light dissipated, Wang Lin walked out. His figure didn't stop. The moment he appeared, he disappeared and charged toward the soul-refining sect. The 3 peaks of the soul-refining sect were immersed in the night. From below, they looked like 3 sharp blades piercing through the moonlight. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the soul-refining sect. He directly passed through the transfer array and flew toward the 9 golden rings. As the 9 golden rings flashed, a middle-aged man appeared. After seeing Wang Lin, he revealed a complicated expression. He then let out a sigh and respectfully said, "I am Ouyang Tian. Greetings, young master." Young master. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He immediately knew that Du Tian had told the soul formation cultivators about his conversation with him. Wang Lin clasped his hands and nodded. "Fellow cultivator Ouyang, I want to see ancestor Du Tian." Ouyang Tian shook his head and said, "Young master, ancestor Du Tian has gone into closed-door cultivation. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he said not to wake him unless it was absolutely necessary. However, ancestor has already guessed that you would come, so he told me to wait here and give you 2 items." With that, the complicated expression on his face became even stronger, and he threw out a bag of holding. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he took the bag. Looking at it, his expression became strange. Ouyang Tian bitterly smiled. "The young master is the next successor of ancestor Du Tian. I've been in the soul refining sect for 700 years, and this is the first time I've seen the ancestor give this to someone. Although it's not the main banner, it's just an illusion." When Du Tian gave him the bag of holding and told him to wait for Wang Lin, Ouyang Tian secretly scanned it with his divine sense. If it weren't for the fact that he was loyal to the soul-refining sect and respected ancestor Du Tian, he would have been filled with greed. There were only 2 items inside the bag, a jade slip and a soul banner. Wang Lin took out the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. Shortly after, he took a deep breath and bowed toward Shui Huan, who was still in closed-door cultivation. He softly said, "Many thanks." Although his voice was soft, Wang Lin remembered this favor. With that, he nodded at Ouyang Tian, took a step back, and disappeared from the soul-refining sect. The complicated expression in Ouyang Tian's eyes became even stronger. He shook his head and sighed before returning to the golden ring. The giant demon clan's bloodline abilities are very powerful, but the giant demon clan's ancestor has just reached the soul transformation stage, so he can't use his full power. He can only teleport a bit to the void outside of Shizuku. Wang Lin didn't leave the soul-refining sect, but stayed at the top of the soul-refining mountain. His eyes lit up as he held the jade slip. Inside the jade, Du Tian had made a detailed record of the giant demon clan's bloodline abilities. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His right hand touched the bag of holding Ouyang Tian, gave him an array of golden-purple light appeared. This golden-purple light was very bright. After it appeared, it turned into a 30-foot tall flag. The flag moved without any wind and emitted a whistling sound. At the same time, waves of ghost-like howls came from the flag. The sky became even darker, and even the moon hid behind the clouds as if it didn't dare to appear. There were flashes of golden-purple light on the flag. As the flag waved, it looked like it was going to devour the world. 1 billion soul flag. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the flag. This was the second item ancestor Du Tian put in the bag of holding, and it was also the reason why Ouyang Tian was so shocked. The reason Wang Lin returned to the soul refining sect was to borrow a treasure from Du Tian to help him kill the giant demon clan ancestor and take back the celestial sword. However, this wasn't the main flag. The real main flag was beside Du Tian and was in closed-door cultivation with him. This flag before Wang Lin was a sub-flag. It had 1/3 of the power of the main flag and could only be used twice. After using it twice, it would dissipate into the world. Even so, the value of this sub-flag was immeasurable. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he grabbed the flag. The moment he touched it, his origin soul trembled and extended out of his body into the soul flag. At this moment, he felt like he was in hell. Everywhere he looked, there was a boundless and immeasurable sea of souls rushing over, drowning him. Waves of miserable screams and sounds of pain came from all directions. It was like a powerful attack had landed on Wang Lin's body. He felt like he was being hit by 100 million souls. Even with the strength of his body, he felt like his flesh and bones were being separated from his body. What shocked him even more was that his origin soul was showing signs of collapsing. Just one attack was enough to make him unable to resist. Holding the flag in his right hand, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He immediately focused his mind and began to use the soul sealing technique that Du Tian gave him. The 1 billion soul flag was the #1 treasure of the soul refining sect. In the entire Shizuku continent, this flag could easily suppress most treasures. This treasure was the same as the god-slaying war chariot and the rain celestial sword. They all required a unique inheritance to activate and use. The refining of this flag was the soul sealing technique. So far in the soul refining sect, including Wang Lin, only 2 people knew this soul sealing technique. Unlike the war chariot, although Wang Lin had an inheritance, he wasn't strong enough to fully activate it, so its power wasn't as strong as expected. However, this soul flag was different. Although the flag had requirements for cultivation, it wasn't as strict as the war chariot. With Wang Lin's current cultivation after fusing with his original body, he could control this flag. The soul sealing technique began to circulate inside Wang Lin's body. Shortly after, Wang Lin's origin soul released a demonic glow. Under this light, all of the incoming souls screamed and scattered. Among the souls, there were 12 purple gold souls that slowly floated around Wang Lin's origin soul. These souls released waves of powerful soul force. These 12 purple gold souls deeply bowed toward Wang Lin. Chapter 397. Wang Lin's origin soul released a golden light. This was the light that came from using the soul sealing spell. The 12 golden purple souls were the souls of the 12 soul transformation cultivators that the soul refining sect had willingly sacrificed over the countless years. With these 12 soul transformation souls, the power of the soul flag was earth-shattering. Aside from these 12 soul transformation souls, there were also hundreds of soul formation souls and countless nascent souls. As the golden purple souls bowed, all of the souls inside the soul flag quieted down. Shortly after, strands of soul force came from all of the souls. They turned into rays of black light that quickly gathered before Wang Lin. Rays of black light came from all directions. In the end, the 12 golden-purple souls turned into rays of black light and formed a 30-foot-tall soul flag. It suddenly appeared before Wang Lin's origin soul. Everything Wang Lin saw was happening inside the soul flag. The soul flag before him was the soul of the flag. By controlling it, he could truly control the 1 billion soul flag. Wang Lin's origin soul reached out and grabbed the flag. He suddenly felt his body tremble, and his origin soul returned to his body. At the top of the soul refining mountain, Wang Lin opened his eyes. There was nothing in front of him, but he could clearly feel the golden-purple soul flag being refined by his origin soul. Giant Demon Clan ancestor, you won't be able to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he disappeared from the soul refining sect. After Wang Lin left, a sigh came from the blood ring where Du Tian was cultivating. Inside the ancient transfer array, Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the country of Pilu. Giant Demon Clan. The Giant Demon Clan's territory was very large. When the Giant Demon Clan moved from outer space, they made an agreement with the Rose Finch and were given this land to live on. In the Giant Demon Clan, there were 12 giant demon heavens. The so-called giant demon heavens were actually palaces. These 12 palaces looked exactly the same, and all of them were massive objects that were about 1,000 feet tall. Ever since the Giant Demon Clan ancestor lost his body 2 years ago, no one in the Giant Demon Clan knew where the ancestor had gone. After all, the process of possession was when the Giant Demon Clan ancestor was at his weakest. That was why the Giant Demon Clan ancestor had changed his closed-door cultivation location 3 times in the last 2 years. On this day, Qi Hu was sitting in the 3rd palace with a jade slip in his hand. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Xing Niu killed Shui using Yuan Feng. Based on my understanding of him, his next target will definitely be the ancestor. If he really came, then he must be very confident. What should I do? Although the ancestor is wrong, he is still the hope of my Giant Demon Clan. Everything he does is for the future of the Giant Demon Clan. But Xing Niu treats me, Qi Hu, as a friend. AI. Qi Hu bitterly shook his head, and his eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared at the border of the Giant Demon Clan. He wasn't in a rush to enter the Giant Demon Clan's territory. Instead, he hid in a hidden valley near the border. He was using various formation materials from his bag of holding to slowly construct a formation. The only use of this formation was to locate him. This was the method that Wang Lin thought of to deal with the Giant Demon Clan ancestor's bloodline ability. Through this formation, even if he was teleported away by the ancestor's bloodline ability, he wouldn't be lost in the vast universe. He could use this formation to locate him the moment he was teleported. This was like tying a rope around his body. Even if he was teleported away, with the rope, he wouldn't be teleported too far away, and he would be able to sense the direction in which he came back. This formation was something that the soul-refining sect's ancestor, Du Tian, gave him. After studying it, Wang Lin added some of his own restrictions to make the formation even more exquisite. It took him 3 months to completely set up the array formation and complete its structure. He didn't hesitate to place a piece of celestial jade inside as the energy to activate it. Then he placed countless restrictions around it to protect it. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked toward the Giant Demon Clan. His eyes lit up and revealed a cold gaze. His figure moved, and he disappeared from spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the center of the Giant Demon Clan. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately swept through more than half of the Giant Demon Clan. Giant Demon Clan ancestor, get the hell out here. Wang Lin sent out his divine sense. This divine sense spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was detected by countless Giant Demon Clan members. Some of these clan members were cultivating and some were fighting, but at this moment they all stopped. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked toward where Wang Lin was. Qi Hu let out a sigh and disappeared from the palace. After Wang Lin sent out his divine sense, his expression remained the same, and his eyes were calm as he stood there. In the blink of an eye, countless rays of light flew over from all directions. They turned into giant demon clan members 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had gloomy expressions as they stared at Wang Lin. Aside from these people, there were also countless rays of light flying over from the horizon. At this moment, a white-haired old man from the giant demon clan appeared in the sky. The surrounding giant demon clan members quickly moved aside to make way for him. The old man stood 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. He frowned and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, who are you?" Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he coldly looked at the old man and calmly said, "Sing Niu." The moment those two words came out, everyone became silent. Almost all of the giant demon clan members revealed looks of terror. Sing Niu is the person who defeated Red Butterfly. That Sing Niu who killed Li Yuanfeng, caused Shuiyu to drop from rank 5 to rank 3, and sealed a soul formation cultivator. The number 1 cultivator under the soul transformation stage. Rumor has it that he has already reached the soul transformation stage, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill Li Yuanfeng. Even the old man who just spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Sing Niu and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Tsung Niu, what business do you have with my clan's ancestor?" Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he softly said, "Kill." The old man's expression was ugly. He was so angry that he let out a laugh. He pointed at Wang Lin and said, "I've heard that you are arrogant, and now that I've seen you today, it seems to be true. Tsung Niu, my giant demon clan, is not Shuiyu. So how can we be killed just because you say so? Today, there is no need for the ancestor to come out. We will kill you right now." With that, the ancestor slapped his bag of holding and a black token appeared. He held the token in his hand and shouted, "Old man, in the name of the giant demon clan's elder, all members of the giant demon clan must kill Tsing Niu at all costs." The moment he finished speaking, the token turned to dust and an invisible ripple quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire giant demon clan. Every single clansman could sense the information contained within the ripples. After the old man gave the order, the hundreds of clan members surrounding Wang Lin all let out roars, and their bodies grew several times larger. In the blink of an eye, they turned into hundreds of giants that were tens of feet tall. Each of them touched their foreheads, and giant axes appeared in their hands. Their aura was monstrous in an instant. "Kill!" The old man let out a roar, and crackling sounds came from his body. He turned into a giant that was 100 feet tall. In his hand was a giant axe that was covered in purple lightning. His body moved, and he swung the axe at Wang Lin. "Kill!" The surrounding clan members all let out roars and charged forward. Their voices fused together to create an earth-shattering sound as they charged at Wang Lin. This was the giant demon clan. The giant demon clan's way of doing things was very different from normal cultivators. For the giant demon clan, as long as they recognized someone as an enemy and the elder gave the order, they wouldn't fight alone. Instead, they would attack as a group. They wouldn't talk anymore. The only thing they could say was kill. If it was a normal cultivator, they would be scared to death by the roar of hundreds of giants. Even if their mind didn't move, they would still be a bit timid. This voice was filled with monstrous killing intent. It was like a ferocious beast charging at them. However, this ferocious beast was still inferior to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's killing intent was extremely terrifying. He had spent his entire life killing, and this was especially true for his original body. Now that his avatar and original body had fused together, the killing intent from back then naturally fused together. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his killing intent surged out from his body. "Tell me where the giant demon clan ancestor is in closed-door cultivation or die." Aside from Chi-Hu, Wang Lin didn't have a good impression of anyone in the giant demon clan. When he spread out his divine sense, he couldn't find where the giant demon clan ancestor was, so he became impatient. As he spoke, Wang Lin didn't even look at the giant demon clan members charging at him. Instead, his origin soul moved, and the sky above the giant demon clan suddenly darkened. A strange power immediately enveloped the world. The samsara scroll of life and death suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, the image of the ancient god also appeared. The god in the sky was holding the life and death scroll. At this moment, this was the only thing that remained in the sky. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and revealed a ruthless gaze as he calmly said, "Seal." Suddenly, countless strands of gray gas came from the life and death scroll and descended from the sky. They moved as fast as lightning and entered the bodies of the giant demon clan members that were charging at them. The expression of the giant demon clan old man changed greatly. He clenched his teeth and continued to charge forward as he swung his axe. Wang Lin looked at the old man and softly said, "Scram." With one word, the old man's body trembled and his origin soul became unstable. He let out a roar and used some unknown spell that allowed him to return to normal and swung his axe. Wang Lin was surprised. His right hand formed a fist, and he quickly threw a punch. Bang! The giant demon clan old man coughed out blood and was knocked back several dozen feet. He landed on a giant demon clan member, causing that giant demon clan member to cough out blood. The two of them were knocked back several hundred feet before they stopped. At this moment, two strands of gray gas arrived and entered their bodies. Xingniu, stop. At this moment, a sorrowful voice came from a distance. Wang Lin looked up, and the coldness on his face melted a bit. Jihu, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.